Georgia, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Wong,
Present.
Counselor Rosenthal,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Present.
Counselor Simpson,
Present.
Counselor Gonzalez should be joining us shortly, and Counselor Nolan, excuse me,
Present.
and Council President Peterson.
Here, thank you. Before we begin our agenda items, Georgia, can you please play the safety video for our in-person attendees?
I'm Jason, and I'm an event production manager. Here at the Portland 5 Centers for the Arts, safety is our #1 priority, not only for our guests, but for our staff members. I'm at the Portland 5 Centers for the Arts, and you're at the Metro Regional Center. The council chambers are located on the 3rd floor. In the event of a fire or fire alarm, please exit through the door in the northeast corner of the room. Go down the stairway to the 2nd floor, exit through the main entrance by the reception desk, and gather in the courtyard outside that entrance. In the event of a medical or fire emergency, please call 911 and notify the security agent at the reception desk. The nearest defibrillator is mounted on the steps leading from the reception desk down to Grand Avenue. Thank you, and come visit us at Portland 5.
Great, thank you. Today's work session is on the budget. It's the budget introduction. Our Metro Council work session today is a meeting of the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee met on April 10th for a presentation and public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 2025 through 26 budget. We received no testimony at that time. Today's extended work session is designed to provide council with a more holistic view of the proposed budget. We will hear budget presentations from 3 departments today with time for questions and discussion after each. We will take a brief recess for lunch around 1 p.m. Okay, that seems late, but we'll try and do that before that, if we're all agreed. After the 3rd budget presentation this afternoon, we will open up broader discussion to allow for more time for deliberation after hearing multiple departments' budgets. Our first departmental budget today is Parks and Nature, and we have John Blasher and staff here to present and have a discussion. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Council President Peterson and councilors. John Blasher, he, him,
John,
he, him, his.
John.
Parks and Nature Director. Need it
Yep.
closer?
I think that needs to be closer
How's this?
so we can hear.
How's that?
That's better.
Get right into it. Okay. I'm here to present the department's FY26 proposed budget. If needed, our Parks and Nature Finance Manager, Summer Erickson, is here and available to get into any details as well. Go to the next slide, please. So today I'll run through some of the following items related to current progress, FY26 overview, background on our operating fund deficit, the budget modifications and performance measures before handing it back to you for discussion. Next slide. So to talk a little bit about some of the great work that employees in the department have been doing, this is just a few snapshots of some things that have been going on. You all receive monthly updates from me as well as our annual report presentation. So I know you're well versed in the variety of positive daily and generational impacts that the folks in this department have. So here's a few to touch on some of the investments in the bonds, levy, and some other big wins. Currently, we've spent $2.6 million at Blue Lake Park out in Fairview to do a lot of upgrades. This is the rendering of the new Blue Lake office. So we're excited to have maybe counselors come out later this spring and check out that new facility. We've also acquired through the bonds 680 plus acres to protect and restore habitat, including over 550 acres of the Eagle Creek Golf Course near Estacada. And also this council awarded $10 million to the Kellogg Creek Dam project through large scale community visions. With levy investments, we've put over $750,000 through our Nature and Neighborhoods Grants Awards, over 5,000 acres of habitat restoration across the region, and more than 4,500 participants in 100 plus education and stewardship programs around the region, as well as in this past summer, a large 1,000 plus events for the Marianas Festival. Some other big wins are the international award that was won for the Bonds Community Choice Grants program. Some of the great work that's been happening for Willamette Cove for the cleanup and master plan milestones. And also this past year, we distributed more than 4,300 life jackets to help support safe water use around the region. We've also electrified a bulk of our fleet in the Natural Areas Land Management team. At our Borland office and Blue Lake office, we got a little notification from PGE letting us know, that's our partner, that we've purchased over 371,000 kilowatts of energy certificates, which is the equivalent of 434.02 homes annual electricity use. So some other great ones there. Next slide, please. So the FY26 proposed budget reflects a total budget of 115 million and includes 78 million in the bond fund, 35 in the operating fund. Our new department FTE after some reductions is going to be 122.9, which is down from 142.7. I think you know well our major programs: protect and conserve nature through regional land acquisition, habitat protection, and maintenance of natural areas. We create and maintain great places through a regional portfolio of nature parks, marine facilities, and historic cemeteries. We help connect people to nature through our community education and stewardship programs for schools and community members. And we help support community aspirations through our community partnerships and grant making to invest in local providers' programs. We also convene, plan, and help build the regional trails system with local agencies and community organizations, helping to connect the region. As a reminder, in terms of restrictions, the bond fund is restricted to the 6 programs described in the 2019 legislation. And the operating fund includes 19.2 million from the local option levy. That's also restricted to the programs and uses in that 2022 measure. The levy makes up about 70% of all resources and 90% of our current resources, not including the fund balance of the operating fund. Next slide, please. So continue the overview. Our bond fund and programs remain strong with continuing to acquire land around the region, invest in our capital projects, and provide funding out to the community as promised. However, the Parks and Nature Department has and continues to face increased financial headwinds on our operating fund. That started in the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. We had some reduced general fund, unforeseen expenses, an expanding portfolio that have increased faster than the revenue, which has created a structural deficit, which I believe your CFO, Brian Kennedy, has shared before. However, through careful budget management, that deficit had not been realized until FY23. And then in FY24, it was a budgeted and realized deficit, which required more aggressive actions in last year in 2025. We're also able to reduce some expenses and increase general funds. Even after those reductions, the operating budget in the current fiscal year has an approximately 2.5 million deficit, which is eating into some of our reserve balance. For this fiscal year, the finance team projected a 4.6 million operating fund deficit, which required significant reductions to close that gap and will have noticeable service impacts. The parks proposed budget includes a 14% reduction in workforce and also about a 10% reduction in M&S to achieve that balanced budget without using reserves. The impacts will be reduced services externally and internally. We'll work to mitigate those major impacts, some of the external services, but we'll have potentially being delayed, have delays in addressing preventative maintenance in our parks, fewer custom offerings for programs, less habitat restoration, scale down or postponing of some major planning projects, and internally significantly less administrative support and less external communications support that we'll have. In order to get to this place, the COO, Marisa Madrigal, helped convene a budget work group to work with myself. It included the DCOOs, the CFO, HR director, and then had a smaller group of a sprint team working to help roll ideas up and make some of the progress of this. I also want to acknowledge that through this reduction to meet that 4.6 and reducing M&S and personnel, Marisa was able to find support for ongoing general fund, which will really help to recognize the sustained growth that we've had as a department over the past several years. The additional general fund doesn't close the gap, but it definitely signals that Marisa and the agency and you all see the value and importance of the sustained investments in Parks and Nature's mission and vision. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you all some context about the current financial situation, some more of the current funding, spending, and how we got to this. Next slide, please. This is a busy slide, but it really is just showing in the current operating budget of total budget of how much is represented by the bond, the operating fund, bless you, Smith and Bybee fund, and smaller asset management. That's your graph on the left. The big thing to note is that the bond represents about 64% of the overall budget, and the operating fund is 33%. That smaller graph on the bottom there shows that the operating fund, while it's a smaller percentage of the overall budget, has 73% of our FTE. So most of our staff is on the operating funds, while most of our capital and dollars are on the bonds, which can create some challenges when we face some of the headwinds that we do on the operating fund. You can go to the next slide, please. So looking at some of the historical actual expenditures over the last 4 years, this graph just shows on the left that resources continued to go up as expected, with property taxes averaging a 3.5% growth each year. Fees were more or less flat. Transfers from the general fund did go up close by 2 million, but didn't quite reach some of those pre-pandemic levels of funding, let alone inflation, until this past year, which has really helped. On the right, you can see the materials, services, personnel, all of those continued to go up, but jumped significantly in terms of some of the transfers. Next slide, please. So in the current operating budget, this totals up to 30.5 million in resources and 33.2 in expenditures, which creates that deficit that I was talking about. It means that we're spending into reserves in this current year. Next slide. I want to highlight also that one of our largest operating fund resources is the operating levy, and it was renewed in FY23 at the same rate as the previous levy. The levy framework dictates how those dollars are spent. So 40% going towards some of our habitat restoration and land management, 35% to park operations, and 15% into community investments and education. We also allocate some of the indirect costs to the levy for support and administrative functions. As you can see, these totals add up to 90%. 10% of that flex has been going to our park operations, community education stewardship, and some of the administrative functions. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit more about the history and context of some of the major shifts that we've experienced in the last 5 years. Next slide, please. So what this chart shows is resources to expenditures. Shows that in FY21, we were building up reserves, bringing in more than we were spending. By FY23, we started spending down on our reserve balance. And in FY25, we're budgeted to spend down another 2.6, which pushed us to make some more significant changes to this current budget and the proposed FY26 budget. But we were able to manage through part of this, and the winds have shifted a lot. Next slide. So some of the things that have driven up costs over the last 4 years, there's some things within my direct influence. I've added over 3 million to have 23 new FTE that were charged to the operating fund over the last 4 years. Some of these were buybacks after FY21 reductions related to the pandemic. But all of these positions were recognizing the addition of, we've had 5 new parks since 2017. We've added about 2,000 plus acres to the portfolio, shifted some of our service models to support dedicated staff services, created a dedicated maintenance team focusing on building asset management and preventative maintenance, and also the values that we have as an agency and working with tribal planner, equity and justice manager, and looking at how we do our volunteer and community education stewardship programs. Next slide. So along with the decisions that I was able to help influence, there's some other external things outside of my direct control that have impacted the budget and more acutely our operating fund. One of our largest costs are some of the internal services that we have. They provide great services with HR, finance, communications, and some of those are being budgeted within each department. And Some of them have landed more on parks and nature over the years and have been balancing out. It's all important, incredibly valuable work, and we appreciate that. Some things too that have gone up is personnel compensation, pay equity, labor contracts. We've added on more fleet management this year, and then some of the PERS increases that I think your CFO has shared with you before. So all these different things that have helped to go up and contribute to some of the factors that we're facing. Next slide, please. Go to the next slide. So a little bit more context, just to reiterate from the previous slides, our deficit can be really summarized in these kind of 4 bullet points. We've had sustained portfolio expansion, 2,000 plus acres, 5 parks since 2017. Revenue has been relatively flat. We've increased the increased tax dollars have outpaced inflationary costs. We've also had increased operational costs and personnel. Again, general inflation, labor contracts, pay equity, positions we've added to meet the demand, and expanded agency expectations and needs from managing through the pandemic, climate change, being more trauma-informed care, advancing equity and justice, fleet management, and et cetera. We can go to the next slide, please. So how have we been managing this? Got 4 main areas. Some of that is resource allocation. So over the last few years, we've been looking at where do we make sure that we have the operating funds and bond funds and all of those folks coded correctly. So where there's opportunities to move things over to the bond or where things need to be part of the operating fund are part of the things we've been really thoughtful about making sure that we're putting all of those resources and staff with the correct color of money. Other things is cost containment. Where possible, holding vacancies based on our cost drivers and other impacts, and looking at ways to be thoughtful about when and where we need to spend on some of our projects. And we also looked at cost reductions. Where can we look at some of the different service levels, looking across all the different departments and our divisions and programs about where we could have some equitable reductions based on, again, some of the cost drivers and demand. And then resources and revenue increase, where there's opportunities for increased ongoing general fund. We've started a project looking at the fees that we charge across our portfolio, and other ways to have maybe searching out more grants for either one-time or ongoing costs. Next slide, please. So specifically for developing this budget proposal that I have before you, I thought it was really important that to guide my decision, I centered our department's mission, vision, values, and our desired equity outcomes. Also looking at our mission critical strategies and major policy direction from the system plan, the bond, and the levy. Chose to focus on the health and delivery of our core programs of service and sought to limit as much as possible employee reductions. With those, I looked to balance any of those reductions between managers and frontline staff. Also, like I said, look to reallocate bond eligible expenses where possible and pause or cancel work that can wait. When I did need to get into that employee level of reduction, I focused more on roles, functions, and programs rather than individual employees in those positions. That allowed me to apply an equity lens and the Parks and Nature racial equity analysis tool to the broader programs. It felt that that was more of an important way to look at how we can advance and continue these programs rather than looking at each individual person in that position. I also recognize that the next 3 years of the current operating levy will likely be a period of consolidation and contraction in order to ensure our financial stability. We will have that levy expiring at the end of fiscal year 28. So making sure that we're able to get to that place is going to be really important. We have a lot of properties and parks and programs to manage. We'll continue to review the service levels and expectations for staff from our guests and patrons, and also looking at where we might need to take other aggressive actions. But my hope is that taking more aggressive actions now will put us in a better position so we don't have to come back and look at reductions over the next 3 years leading up to that levy expiration. Next slide, please. So in considering how I'd meet this upcoming in current financial situation, I recognize that there is no single decisive action to take for reducing a program or a service due to the complexity of our levy requirements and agency commitments. So really framed a lot of the different scenarios in how we need to be able to balance client experience, staff capacity, being mindful of all of the political impacts, our equity and justice impacts, labor unions, and a lot of the big promises that we have on the horizon too through the bond. The bond creates a scenario where we're pushing for growth, expanding, building out of different projects. We've got a lot of master plans on the shelf and a lot of things that we're working to build out. So having to make sure, how do we balance those trade-offs between growing a portfolio and long-term management of that portfolio? Ultimately, these modifications that I have before you land heavily on our park operations team and on some of the management side. So we'll be more acutely impacted also by having a summer without some of our seasonal staff. But hopefully we'll be in a better position next year as we kind of get through this next 6 months of this first half of the fiscal year. There's also going to be, like I said, a lot of impacts on some of our administrative capacity, supporting major projects, some of our communications outreach, and significant restoration projects. However, we can still deliver our core function and programs, but they will experience some reduced levels of service. Next slide, please. So with everything I shared, ultimately landed on some of these major reductions and impacts. These are really difficult decisions, challenging to make. It impacts people I respect and admire and deeply appreciate. It's not a reflection of the contributions that they've made, but the reality of the financial constraints. So that reduction of 19.8 FTE, as you can see, we have 10 of those positions that are currently filled and 9 of those positions that were vacant. That adds up to 19. So there's another 0.8 of FTE that just kind of gets distributed across a few different things. What I'm showing you on this slide here is what the actual year-to-year changes from FY25 to 26. So it ultimately lands in a 1.5 million reduction in materials and services and 1.1 million in personnel services. But it does have a lot of deep impacts to the department, and not just functionality, but some of the morale and the ability to meet all of the challenges. Again, I'm confident that we can still get this work done, but it'll take some time to sort of look through how we operate and how we can best prioritize everything that we have. We can go to the next slide. And I wanted to reiterate appreciate COO Marisa Madrigal for finding additional general fund to support some of the ongoing operations that we have with general fund. Touching on budget performance measures. Most of these are tied directly to the bond and levy for those voter approved measures. First one is on habitat restoration and maintenance, represents the number of acres that we've had restoration projects in progress during the fiscal year. Helps to measure the portion of the portfolio that's undergoing work to become more resilient to climate change, provide benefits to the region's people and wildlife. The annual amount of service in acres depends on habitat classifications and some seasonal changes. And the long-term goal is to get everything in the portfolio in a free-to-grow status with minimal regular maintenance required. The other budget performance measure we have is our developed park attendance. Represents the number of vehicles counted at each site and helps to measure how the public values and utilizes the development of parkland. Historically, we've tracked this for general awareness of trends. We've recently launched a new visitor data collection project to better understand the nuance of how and where and what we collect for that data, and looking to have more detailed data rather than just the number of vehicles that are coming in. And then the last one we have is our COVID utilization for some of the certified minority-owned women and service disabled veteran-owned businesses. We had set in the bond a floor of 20% as the target for some of those bond spending. As you can see, historically, we've gone over that 20%. Last year, there was a dip as we had more projects in the planning design phase and less in construction, but we anticipate that that will go back up as some of these projects and major programs continue. Go to the next slide. This is my last one. So before I hand it back, just a few kind of closing thoughts, and appreciate the time. So our current budget and organizational life cycle of contraction and consolidation will have some impacts to services and generate questions and comments from staff, the public, and partners in the next year. Council and our management team will need to be prepared to answer those questions and reflect on comments, provide some assurances and trust building and addressing those concerns. These are some deep, difficult cuts to take. It won't be easy necessarily to navigate. We won't be able to deliver the same level of service that we've become accustomed to. And as much as this is really painful and hard for some of our staff and the public that we love to serve, we will get through this and we'll continue to do great work, but it'll be challenging. I also just want to highlight that, again, is that current bond continues to push some of our capital investment growth with a shrinking operations and maintenance and restoration funds from the levy and operating fund. We'll need to continue to be thoughtful about planning for what maintaining new investments will require and the trade-offs to take care of everything that we have without, while adding to what we already have to take care of. So looking out 2 to 3 years from now, council will want to consider and influence the department's long-term sustainability. So will the department continue to have a period of consolidation and contraction, remain flat, or return to some more of a growth phase? All this depends on our role in the region and those levels of desired service, and what are those funding resources to help meet some of those expectations. So council will want to consider in the coming years referring operations and maintenance funding measure before the current one expires in June 30 of 2028. So there is time for that, and we'll do everything that we can to have ourselves ready operationally and with all of the information and data needed to continue to show the great work that we do across the region. But yeah, it'll be interesting to know how and where this council sees the trajectory of this department going forward. And with that, I appreciate all the continued support and realize that this was much more heavy on background and context. But given that we're not adding new big things, but really just trying to manage through with some reductions, I thought it was important to do some more of that background. And with that, I thank you all and happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councilors, questions on the proposed budget? We also have time this afternoon to come back if we want to do more in-depth conversation. So just keep that in mind. Councilor Gonzalez, do you have, I'm sorry, I saw you move to Councilor Wong's hand. Oh. Councilor Gonzalez and then Councilor Wong.
This thing on? Hello? No.
No, it's not on.
Want to make sure people online can hear. Hello? All right. Like always, Councilor Wong saving me. So John, thank you. You're right. The background and context is important. And I think across the board, a lot of us are looking at what does it mean to like fit into this new economy and budget situation. And so I appreciate you for approaching the conversation very clearly with values around what this agency cares about. And in one of your slides, you had balance client expectations, which is our voters, the users of our parks, and then also like our basic responsibility to the things that we said that we were going to do. You know, I had a question that I think was answered, but I just want to ask it again. Are the reductions in the department, do you feel like those are a result of kind of a slowing economy, or is it more of like the broader pressures of everything that is being expected from your budget? So I'm kind of trying to understand that a a little bit more, or do you see that as different? And I know that you talked about that a bit, but just framing that one question in that way.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both ends. Again, we're growing, like through the bond, the intent is to add more, land and capacity, and then we have to manage that. And then, yes, there's also the external factors like general inflation or more acutely with different things. So, yeah, I don't think there's one clear driver. I think that was part of the challenge was what's actually driving the costs. How do we be more prepared for that? So it's not just hey, we need more money. It's let's think about what is it we're providing, how we're providing that, and what are the actual costs of that now and going forward. So really tried to look at, I think it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also wondering because with the Parks and Nature bond, I mean, we have a 20-year horizon, right? And we have a pretty significant tranche of acquisition money. And so I'm wondering, because one of the pressures that I noticed was, we're adding more acres. Not all of those are, super amenity rich parks and facilities that we're building, but they do require maintenance and stewardship. And so over the life of the bond, with the $200+ million of properties that we want to acquire, what does that forecast of capacity look like to not just sustain what we have, but what we know we're going to have because we told the voters we would buy it? So what does that look like? And that's assuming that none of those projects obviously become a Chalem Ridge or Blue Lake and things like that. So how do you feel about that balance for the long term?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is with the long-term acquisition goals, how are we managing the long-term restoration and maintenance? of
Well,
those
yeah, I mean, just
properties?
we're feeling like we're at a breaking point, right? And so, but we're going to be adding more, and we know that. And so, how do you feel like the best way is to approach that balance of tension of we need to do less with less, or trying to do more with less, but we're also adding a lot more that we know we're adding, even if it's not like super high traffic, like services, we still need to manage and steward and, keep that site safe and whatnot, right? So how does that look?
Yeah, well, I think it's important because clearly, as this council and people of the region have said, taking care of habitat for habitat's sake, for clean air, clean water, and all the things that make this making this a great place to be are important. And Metro has been put in a unique place by the voters and by local jurisdictions to have that ability to go and acquire, especially those large tracts of land, and has a history of being able to manage them well. And so we also have the ability of knowing after almost 35 years of habitat restoration of some of the variety of time and energy that it takes to move a property from, whatever its current condition is into that free to grow state. And Marisa and I went through some of this too, where she wanted to know hey, of all the acres we have, how much does it take to move those to that state? Depends on the habitat type, depends on a lot of different factors. I think, our science team would say, and some of our conservation folks will, we would want to get as much as we can to continue to do that. And I think that's important. And we have the ability to kind of toggle up and down depending on resources of how many major projects we can get done. And so I don't know if I can, clearly answer your question, but it's in our minds. And we know that we have the ability to not let everything turn into blackberry and ivy. And through partnerships and thoughtfulness, we can really identify some of the highest priority sites that we need to put in as much of the early interventions in terms of weed treatments and some of those long-term plans. But there's no way that we just walk away from everything.
Right.
But there might be times where certain properties, if we're not able to get to them in the next, few years, that maybe there is some degradation based on our level of quality that we want to see. But we also have a very high standard at this agency. So it's important for us to continue growing, protecting, restoring. I think all those things will need to happen. And over time, I'll stop there.
Yeah, because I mean, we could be in a situation by 2040 that we have 30,000 acres or something like that, right? And so I think it's trying to figure out what that is. And just kind of like feeds into my last question for the time being, which is how, and I think this is a shared Metro leadership question and a shared council leadership question, which is we have this tool, which is the Parks and Nature Levy. You know, what level does that need to increase or adjust to be able to sustain the expectations that we have to voters? Because like you mentioned, you know, folks want us to conserve habitat, protect the ecological value of these sites. But if we're in 2040 and we have, again, 30,000 is totally arbitrary number in my mind. But we haven't increased the capacity for us to truly steward that, then there's a gap, right? So we need to look at that. And I think I'm just curious to hear what you think, and also just planting that with the rest of us, that in 27, 26, as we start to look at the renewal of that levy, I think there's going to be a question of council leadership in partnership with you to figure out how do we generate the right level of capacity to meet the will of the people, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to continue looking at it. And we don't operate in a silo. We have lots of partners that we work with as well. And again, especially working on rivers and streams, there's upstream, downstream partners. And so those collaborations and convening is still one of the big important things that we do as an agency and as a department, so that we can hopefully best leverage some of the shared resources. Thanks.
President Peterson?
Yes, please.
John, do you want to talk, or could you talk about the park system plan and how that might flow into an analysis of what we need revenue-wise in the future?
Yeah, thank you. So as you all are aware, we have a 2016 Parks and Nature System Plan that lays out some of the, vision, priorities, goals. We're planning to come back to you all to update that system plan and get into some more details about what is the current service levels that we have, whether it's our parks, our cemeteries, our natural habitats, and what are some of the time energy costs that go into that, and looking at how we can update that to paint a bigger picture of what does it actually cost long-term to maintain a growing portfolio. So we look forward to bringing those conversations to you all and getting into those details.
Thanks. And I know too that, like, in my district, and I'm sure it's in every metro district, there are parks on a shelf, like plans on a shelf that could be like pretty quickly shovel-ready projects to create pocket parks or create destinations, much closer access, that because we do not have a feasibility plan for how we will maintain and keep this to our standards, that we are not able to make that transition and instead keep those as pure natural areas, right? So I think that to me is like, there's opportunity just bubbling under the surface, but obviously we're in this time really needing to take care of what we have now. And I think you've taken a really balanced approach, and that's a hard thing. So anyway, not for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Huang, and then Rosenthal and Lewis.
Great. This is working now. Yeah. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, John. I know it must have been a difficult and challenging time these past few weeks and months. So I appreciate your leadership and that of your senior team. I know you approached everything with a lot of thoughtfulness and care. So thank you. I have two questions. First, just starting on the reduction side. I know you had, because of these reductions, you had said that the public would see less services, but I'm wondering if you could flesh it out more in terms of like what the impact the public will see. Is it like reduced hours, or I don't know, less community events? I'm just kind of wondering like what it means for the public, kind of given where we're at.
Yeah, so some of the bigger impacts are going to be on our park operations side. So our goal is to really make sure that we're focused on the core services that most people come to expect, which is, clean restrooms, a place to park, paths free of slips, trips, and falls. Those are some of the main things that a lot of our guests will expect. And so we'll make sure that we're able to hit those base levels. What we might see is that rather than getting to, a site, daily or multiple times a day, some things we're going to get to maybe weekly. And we've got a tiered approach where our high use facilities like Blue Lake and Oxbow and the boat ramps on the Columbia get major visitors. Still keeping that in like a tier 1 where we're getting like plenty of regular visitation, but some of our sites like, Mason Hill Park or Killen Wetlands, where we have less visitation, we just might not get out to those as often. Ideally, we can keep the same, park hours and, that base level of service. What that means is we might get behind on the preventative maintenance pieces. So how do we make sure that those are more of the front facing? On the engagement side too, we'll have probably less community events and things that we'll be able to directly be the managers of and like be we can host if people want to, do events. And even with those larger events, we're going to be asking the public, we've tried to subsidize a lot of costs to some of those events, asking folks that they might need to cover more of the, on-site security and staffing, or even like helping getting their guests through the gates. And so some of those things. The other place too, I think that'll be a big impact is we just won't have as many of our rangers and staff around to do all of the soft touch things that people have really come to appreciate, whether we're helping to set up volleyball nets or, helping people, do a little bit of the extra visitor experience pieces. And so really just making sure that first and foremost, they're clean, open, and ready to go. And then on the administrative side, we're definitely losing a lot of support in our ability to organize some of the different committee meetings that we have. And so we'll have to look at how we're going to bring folks together for some of these different committees on grants and then also with some of our just overall communications. We try to push a lot of content out and have a lot of engagement with folks. We'll have some limitations and impacts there. And honestly, a lot of this is really new. Folks are about 2.5 weeks into getting this news and still processing a lot. And because of the sensitivity, I held a lot of this closely to the vest because it didn't feel fair to bring people through the roller coaster of changes. So we're still working with our management team and our staff to look at how are we going to continue to go forward and what those services will look like. And once we have a much clearer idea of what those impacts are, wanted to come back to you all so that you all are aware and your constituents aware of what some of those impacts might look like.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, yeah, please keep us updated as things come together. So switching gears a little bit, just on the revenue side, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about, I noticed there were some revenues from fees, just $200,000. Like what are those fees, and are there opportunities for conversations around fee increases that might help the gap? I'm sure you've thought about it, but like what is kind of the thinking around fees that we have?
So most of when I talk about fees, primarily it's our parking fees, and we charge parking at 4 sites: Blue Lake, Oxbow, and the 2 boat ramps on the Columbia. And it's like $5 a day to park. And then there's a annual pass that folks can get for $45. But we have 17 other park facilities where we don't charge. So there's the possibility to look at, do we charge at all of these sites? Or a lot of other providers in the region, state parks and others, they've increased their fees in the last few years. So we haven't increased parking fees in a long time. We also have camping fees. We haven't increased those significantly in a long time. Then we also charge for special use permits, large events and things like that. We've kept those a bit more up to date, but even there, I think we've subsidized some of the staff costs and time for those bigger events. So we'll be looking at where there are opportunities to either increase those fees, charge more in different places, and what is the, plus delta of that, and is it worth it? And also making sure that we're not inadvertently, making it harder for people to come in and enjoy our services. Any of those fee changes, we're going to do analysis we want to bring to you all, so you have that line of sight into it. But those are some of the fees that we charge.
And then in the expected budget, none of those fee increases are in there.
Correct.
Okay.
Did not include those potential increases into this proposed budget because they weren't fleshed out enough. And also hadn't had enough of a conversation with you all to make sure it felt like this is something that we want to put in the proposed budget.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I'd welcome a fee conversation. When I go to state parks or otherwise, I pay parking fees, and, I think we as an agency have done a really good job of keeping things accessible, but I think there's a balance between, what are the proper amount of fees, and maintaining kind of that service level. So I would welcome that. And then I know we also passed that film resolution. I think, filming fees are very appropriate. I think that's something the industry wasn't complaining about. They're like, we would pay more fees if, we had predictability in service. So yeah, just having that conversation over the course of a year would be really, I think, valuable. And so I can continue just on the revenue side. You also mentioned about looking at grants. I'm wondering, do we have grants from the state or federal government now, or is that something that is more like prospective that we're going to look into?
We currently get grants. I think we have like one federal grant for a major project in Wilsonville, Coffee Lake Creek. I can't remember the status on whether that's still paused or not. We've had some funds through like the Land and Conservation Water Fund for acquisitions over the years, or trying to connect some of the trail projects. We do get state grants through like OWEB and some of those other places. Those are generally project specific, one-time type of grants, or through state parks through the local government grant program and things like that. So, but we have often been opportunistic if something comes by and it looks like it makes sense. So one of the thoughts is, do we take a much more proactive look at, hey, what are all of the different grants, resources, opportunities out there? And I'll again weigh the like balance of like the time, energy it takes to do all of the grant research and writing. But maybe that's something within council office, CO office, where there's some amazing interns and fellows and folks like that could help. But those are some of the things that we're looking at. We already get some grants, but is there an opportunity for more?
Yeah, and just on that federal grant, or however many federal grants we have, are those like in our budget now as pretty solid, or are they kind of, we're not counting on them?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at our finance manager, Sam Erickson, to see exactly where we are on federal grants.
Hello, Summer Erickson, she here. Very small grants in the operating fund, and the federal grant John mentioned is mainly in the bond fund, and the impacts on if that federal funding comes through or not, we're not clear. It's a pretty high priority project, so we might choose to supplement it with bond funds if this federal grant doesn't come through.
Okay, what's the scale roughly?
What's the amount?
Yeah, from a federal grant.
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
I know. Thank you for the luck.
Okay. We've got about 10 minutes. We try and do one topic per hour. So I just want to, and again, we have more time this afternoon. So if we can kind of speed this up a little bit. I know this is it's a meaty topic. So I want to be understandable and respectful of that. But Councilor Rosenthal, then Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First a question, do you have any way of projecting once we spend the bond down at the current rate, about how many acres? I mean, we've grown from the last 4 years from 16,000 to almost 19,000 acres now. And I'm just wondering where that goes. And then my general comment is, this is clearly something that the Future Vision Commission must address, because sort of what do we want to be when we grow up as a parks district? We had great ideas about protecting land, and we've done a great job. That Parks Department has done a great job taking over from Multnomah County and so forth. But how do we move forward? This is a long-term commitment, and I don't think we've really wrestled with that yet. So I hope the future commission will specifically deal with this.
In terms of projections for the number of acres that we would acquire, We haven't set a specific target because we know that as land values have gone up and some of those transactions take longer and are more expensive. We didn't set a specific like target on how many acres. I could go back to our team and see where we're trending, because if we get large things like Eagle Creek Golf Course, where that's 550 plus acres, we can have a lot of growth. We've already had 2,000 acres roughly, I think, come in, so, or 1,000. So we could definitely have several, a few thousand more acres. But I don't want to throw a number out there that's incorrect.
Yeah, you're saying it could be a couple thousand acres, probably a lot more than 500 acres, and probably a lot less than 5,000 acres. Yeah, you never know.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I know how much funds we have dedicated towards it and how many like large things we have in the works. And as I said, I can continue to come and brief you all as we've got those projects moving through the pipeline. So, yeah.
I can think of one site that if the seller would sell it for $1, we could add a whole bunch of acres, but I'm not going to name it.
Sure.
All right, we do have 90 minutes in the schedule, but if you want to go all the way to 1, it's a long 3 hours. So I just want to acknowledge that while it was in the schedule at 90 minutes, if we could make it a little less and then come back this afternoon after we've had some conversation, I think that'd be great. Counselor Lewis.
Sure, thank you so much. First, I want to begin by appreciating the work that you've put in to making some hard decisions and to doing it with care and working with your teams, particularly because you're managing other levels of transition as you look at your org chart and how we manage people and places at the same time. Traditionally, this agency has been very place focused, and within the past decade, it's become people focused, and that's good largely, but there's still some strains. So my first question is just looking at the numbers, materials and services, both in this current budget year and the budget as proposed in front of us, have basically doubled from the years before. Why?
Are you looking at the bond? Or are you looking at the operating fund? A lot of times with the bond, we keep some of the grant funding in materials and services until it's actually pushed out to those jurisdictions. So a lot of times the materials and services have gone up a lot, especially on the bond side, because that's how grant dollars, local share dollars are accounted for. On the operating fund, I can pull this up too in a moment, and Summer will tell me what I got right or wrong. The materials and services for operating fund have been more or less consistent, but I'll
And
turn this
they
over.
went actually down $1.5 million that last year. That was one of the slides he showed. But yeah, John's got it right. When you're looking at that overall budget overview, which I appreciate that you're looking at that overall budget
Yeah,
overview.
page D22
You see
doesn't
those
tell me
big,
what I want to
whoa,
know.
it's a really big increase.
E22?
I really encourage you to break down and look at the different fund overviews. So you'll look at that Parks and Nature Bond Fund overview and then that operating fund overview, and you'll see kind of what John's describing, that all that M&S increase is really driven from the bond, and some of our big programs getting ramped up is the hopeful idea. Getting our Take Care Metro Parks going more, getting our grants out the door more is driving those M&S increases in the overall budget. But when you look at that operating fund, you won't see that trend.
Okay,
Yeah, the
great.
bond fund is E80, and that shows where there's the big M&S increase.
And it is grants and local partnerships, and it's not what I would traditionally call materials and services.
Precisely. I
Right.
think when it gets audited, then it gets shifted over into a capital outlay after the funds have gone off our books to another group.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. In terms of the conversation that we were having around fees, I would just add my support for revisiting fees, in particular, hearing that we subsidize special use permits. I don't believe that we should be subsidizing special use permits in particular. And as an agency, we should have a broader conversation around parking and parking pricing. But happy to have those conversations. And then to kind of wrap up my thoughts, there's definitely some legacy work, and I definitely appreciate our long-term commitments, particularly for areas that don't get a lot of time of day, like cemetery, like Smith and Bybee. Making good on those promises is absolutely critical. So I appreciate that in the budget, as I see it, you've held those programs harmless. And I think that's the right direction, because we need to have long-term trust with our voters if we are going to have a parks future past 28. I don't think we are levy ready right now. I use that word intentionally just for you. And I do hope that in this next year, we can think through the steps that are necessary, not only to get ready for a levy, but what we want the longer term vision to be. Are we every year, every 5 years, going to voters? Or is there a more sustainable potential district or funding solution that we would like to confront? We haven't had space for that intentional planning conversation.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. And if I could, just to clarify, for the special use permits, we have a tiered system where we do subsidize some like education programs, schools, often free if it's small things, or nonprofits. We're looking at that. We do expect, full freight for other groups on those. But even still, there are probably times where we don't fully charge all the additional costs that we could beyond renting this, the facility or the shelter and things that they have. Sometimes there's additional costs that we haven't always fully captured. And so I think subsidize is probably a stronger word than I intended to use. It's just not fully taking the opportunity to get the full, recognize the full cost of all those things. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I think we're still, I know this is a down time and is challenging. I'm fully confident in our ability to continue to deliver on the voters' promises. And this next 6 months will be a big learning period, but and really challenging, but I'm confident that the future is still bright. Folks of the region have supported these measures and this work, not just with our agency, but others around the region. So I think we can continue to show that value and will. Thanks.
Councilor Simpson.
Thank you, President Peterson. I'll be brief. I want to thank you, Director Blasher, for the thoughtfulness you put into this budget. I know you are weighing a lot, and it's a heavy burden to have to tell somebody, you can't be here anymore or you can't work here anymore. So, with a heavy heart, I'm with you on that. To the question of the budget, though, I know that you're balancing a lot with this. And to Councilor Lewis's point and to Councilor Wong's point, I'm supportive of some sort of fee conversation or structure in our spaces. But for me, I want to talk about really those long-term, because this is short-term thinking for a long-term thing that we're going to have to maintain in forever. Right. And so we are not levy ready, Councilor Lewis, but I would like us to because you're thinking forward thinking about 28, but I'm thinking well, what does the region look like to be a parks district so that we can start to mitigate some of these conversations over time, because 19,000 acres is not going to go anywhere and it's only going to increase. So we have to be a little bit more forward thinking around how we want to maintain these things. And so I just ask that, one, you continue to think that way, because we can't continue to reduce every budget season and then go back to voters every 7 years and say, hey, will you re-us up? I don't think that's going to work. So I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just a couple things. I don't think this is where I want to have the discussion right now today, but this is good context and background. And I know that there's been a lot of work going into getting to this point of just knowing what the base level of work is going to be in terms of what we have in terms of FTE and resources available. I guess I'd like to have you come back and we talk about how the council priorities are affected by this reduction. I'm not sure that we've articulated them yet, but it would be good to get an idea of what you think our council priorities are. And make sure that that is indeed the council priorities and how things are going to be affected from obviously safety in all of the parks, the Willamette Cove, audit recommendations, efficiency, top level, high level stuff. How does this affect that? So not today, but just, I think that's the next conversation. And then specifically a list of proposed projects and programs that will be affected for discussion. So that's next steps for this budget. Getting into the master plan conversation and the future. If you backcast from going out to the voters for another levy, we're already behind.
Pardon, what was the last part?
If we backcast to going out to the voters, we are potentially already behind unless we really get going on these conversations. So if we do a master plan and have conversations about what that does, what that means for level of service, and start to get down into what people expect from us, how we are going to maintain this over 20 years as we grow, we're still going to need 18 months, 12 months to get to a ballot because there's huge financial scenarios that need to be played out. So if you backcast, we need 36 months. So I'm interested in finishing out this budget and get going. So that's just my statement. We don't have a whole lot of time, and I don't want folks to think that we're going to create a, we need you to come back with a master plan scoping conversation ASAP. So that we can at least start the discussions about what should be in that, so we can get to the financial scenarios.
Clarification, when you say a master plan, are you talking about the park system plan that we
Yep.
were referencing earlier? Okay.
Yep. Not a master plan for Willamette Cove, but a,
Yeah.
what are we gonna do for the next 20 years? We need a better handle on that before we go out to the voters with anything different or new.
We'll look forward to that. We're ready for those conversations. And I've also been working with your planning department on the future visions and context of that as well. And so we have different scenarios that we can be ready to bring to you to have this conversation about how we look at updating the system plan, what's critical to update, and what is honestly already in a really good place because we know some of the basics of what's needed. Protect habitat, invest in it, but we don't want to come with any kind of sloppy proposal or anything. So I look forward to continuing these conversations
So I think
when you're ready.
the most important takeaway is let's start the conversation about the scoping. And don't come to us after you've already scoped it.
Sounds great.
Okay. Great. Any other questions? Park staff at this time? Mr. Blasher. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And again, acknowledge the difficulty in getting to this point and all of the folks that are affected.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on. We're a little ahead of schedule. Thank you, everyone. Planning, Development, and Research Budget presentation is next. We have Catherine Charlo and staff coming up to make the presentation. Welcome. Morning.
Good morning. Ready? Thank you so much, Council President Peterson and council members. We appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk to you about our FY26 budget for the Planning, Development, and Research Department. As you know, I am Catherine Chiarlo. I'm the director of the department. I have with me Malou Wilkinson, who is our deputy director, Ted Liebold, who's our transportation policy director, and David Stein, who is our finance manager. So we'll be tag teaming the presentation a little bit. I'll do a little air traffic control for questions should that be needed. So just like to start, next slide, please, with our agenda, just to show you what we're going to do. This looks, I'm sure, very similar to what you just saw with Parks and Nature. We'll talk about some trends, headwinds, tailwinds. We'll go over some budget specifics. We'll talk about modifications, performance measures. Next slide, please. Give you some visuals to look at while I pick up on the theme of headwinds and tailwinds, which was brought up a little bit in your earlier discussions about the budget, and then also by John in the Parks and Nature budget. Just wanted to share a few things that have shaped the past year and the coming year. I'll start with some positives. We got through some hard decisions. We expanded the urban growth boundary. We made some transportation funding decisions. We have continued to strengthen connections with local agencies and community partners. Our equity manager is creating programs and building momentum. Thank you for 2 years ago approving that position. And there's growing interest in this body and elsewhere in the future vision planning process or creation process for Metro. We've had some headwinds as well. These are not going to be a surprise to you. We really feel the changing political landscape in the region and the state for land use and transportation planning. It doesn't mean we can't continue to do good work. It just means we have to really focus on themes that appeal broadly, maybe even sometimes beyond places where we have been working. Probably leading to that, there's a pretty strong charged political climate around transportation and planning issues, post-pandemic and otherwise. So we continue to navigate that. We always appreciate you all helping us navigate through that. There's broader regional funding challenges for housing, economic development, and transportation that are having a really big effect on the work we do and our ability to do that work. And then there's uncertainty at the federal level in terms of funding and policy. And that has had some effects so far, will undoubtedly have effects in the future, but uncertainty is really the key word. So we all are existing in a state of, we just aren't sure. So we can talk about that a little more as we move through this. Next slide, please. In the context of the headwinds and tailwinds discussion, just wanted to share a little bit about the progress the Planning, Development, and Research Department has made this past year. And focusing first on the FY25 program investments that you all approved. I mentioned our equity manager initiatives. Those include establishing an equity alliance for the department, which will look at the agency's racial equity plan and apply it to programs and projects. We also are continuing to support our budget equity committee, which weighed in on this year's budget, last year's budget as well. You have heard about our cooling corridor study, which will map areas of heat risk and identify strategies to reduce heat-related deaths in the region. And our future vision scoping is well underway, including 2 recent facilitated council sessions. Thank you again for your continued engagement and thoughtful commentary on that. And then the final thing I want to mention is the Regional Housing Coordination Study, which is moving forward in partnership with the Housing Department. That effort both meets state requirements and helps set the stage for future urban growth management decisions. We can talk about that more. Emily will talk about that more in a little bit. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ted, who will describe some summary progress in the arena of transportation.
Just real quick, it's a good photo. Great, next slide, please. Thank you. So thanks, Catherine. So we have also initiated or completed several major transportation planning efforts this year. These include development of a community connectors plan for providing transit service to areas not directly served by fixed route bus or rail service, and the development of a regional travel option strategy to help people
with safe and convenient access to transportation services when they cannot or choose not to drive a motor vehicle. We're also completing nearing completion of the next round of grants to transportation projects and programs with the Regional Flexible Fund allocation, which this year, this cycle includes an option to bond against future cycles of revenue to provide funding to large corridor scale projects. In 2014, Metro recognized the importance of addressing climate change with the adoption of the state mandated Climate Smart Strategy. This year, we consolidated our climate planning work under a single manager and obtained federal funding to create a comprehensive climate action plan. This will help us update our goals and develop new tools and implementation actions to reduce carbon emissions over a long-term timeframe. And finally, on Friday, after a 6-month review by the U.S. Department of Transportation, we received certification of our federal transportation planning process as a metropolitan planning organization. Thank you. That was a stressful 6 months. And the certification validates the quality of our transportation planning work in meeting federal requirements and makes Metro eligible to receive federal transportation planning funds and for the region to receive federal transportation project funding. And with that, next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Malou.
Thank you, Ted. Again, I'm Malou Wilkinson and I use she, her pronouns. And I'm going to cover a few highlights from our progress over the last year on work within the Equitable Development and Investment Program of Planning, Development, and Research. As Catherine highlighted, the land use team supported the council's growth management decision in late 2024. And an addition that I'd like to highlight is that based on your guidance, we worked hard to bring more diverse voices into that decision-making process through a roundtable and a year-long youth cohort. Another highlight is that the investment areas team has been working with steering committees comprised of local partners, TriMet, ODOT, and community members led by some of your counselor colleagues here for improved transit on 82nd Avenue and TV Highway. And also we've been working in tandem with the community equity coalitions for both corridors to define equitable development strategies. And I want to highlight a couple of accomplishments in our transit-oriented development program. And one is the photo that you see up there of Gleason Landing. This is an exciting demonstration of what can be done through our site acquisition program. This opened last Friday. The site was purchased in 2019 for affordable housing, and by land banking the property, Metro was able to work with partners to create an ambitious project that adds over 130 family-oriented affordable housing units, which are in short supply in our region. It also includes a workforce training commercial kitchen and cafe and a multicultural preschool. And the team has also awarded about $1.7 million in transit-oriented development grants since July of 2024. And the great work of that team led the state legislature to invest $5 million to purchase land along 82nd Avenue. And I'm thrilled to be able to report that so far the team has 2 properties that are under contract on 82nd Avenue for future affordable housing development. And the last example that's up here is the Regional Housing Coordination Strategy. I think the main thing that I want to add from what Catherine said is that this was one of the FY25 budget modifications. We're doing this in collaboration with the Housing Department, and we expect to bring the study to you by the end of this calendar year, the end of 2025. So with that, I'll turn it over to David, who's going to go over details of our proposed budget. Next slide.
Thank you. So this slide provides an overview of our funding sources. In blue, you can see federal funding sources. In green are non-federal funding sources. We'll start with blue. So 1/3 of our funding comes from the federal government, with the majority of that, 30% of the overall pie, coming from non-discretionary funds. These include our core MPO funds, like Metropolitan Planning Organization funds that come from FHWA. 6% comes from discretionary federal funds. These are competitive grants that we have applied for and won. Moving on to the green portion of the pie chart, an important close to 20% of our funding comes from the general fund, and we'll dive into that slice on the next slide. Another third, oh, sorry, not yet though. Almost. Another third comes from other non-federal funding sources. These include local grants and intergovernmental agreements, transfers from other Metro departments to pay for the services of the research center, and external contracts. One thing I want to point out is the light green slice you see there. So these are technically local funds, but they are contingent on other federal funds. So the biggest example of this is our Transit-Oriented Development Program, our TOD program. We fund this program through local funds from TriMet. However, TriMet only provides us these funds after they receive their own non-discretionary federal funds. So while the funding is technically local on our books, technically non-federal, it is tied to the federal government. So overall, taking that into account, about 50% of our budget is federal or tied to the federal government in some way, and 50% of the budget is non-federal. Next slide, please. So this is where we're going to dive into that general fund slice of 10.4 million and show where that funding goes. We'll start at the land use slice, which is the biggest portion of the pie chart at 33%. We use general fund to cover all of our charter required land use activities. This includes urban growth management, the regional framework and functional plan, as well as future vision. Moving counterclockwise, to the left, we use general fund to provide additional support for transportation and research. These activities are primarily supported by our federal funding sources, but by providing additional general fund, we can do more work in alignment with Metro values that we wouldn't otherwise be able to do with federal funding alone. In orange, you see there's a small amount for contingency. In blue, there's a small amount for investment areas. This team is primarily grant funded, but since grant funding can fluctuate from year to year, we provide a small general fund allocation to help smooth out that revenue. In the purple slice, we have what we call priority programs. These include things like administrative costs for the 2040 and placemaking grant programs, which are funded by the construction excise tax. However, Metro Code restricts the use of construction excise tax dollars to fund administrative costs for those programs at 5%, which works out to about $180,000 a year, which is insufficient to fully implement the programs. So we supplement that with general fund. We also use general fund for economic investment areas work, as well as our brownfields work. Brownfields work, for example, is primarily funded by a federal grant, but that federal grant restricts our ability to fund staff time using that grant. So we supplement it once again with general fund. And then we use general fund to pay for all the services the research center provides to council and central services. Moving to the green slice at the bottom, unrecoverable overhead. The majority of our overhead or indirect costs are recovered via our indirect rate, which we charge to all of our grants. However, there are some costs that are not allowed to be charged to federal grants. And so we cover those expenses or planning's portion of those expenses with general fund. These include the costs of Metro Council, the Office of the COO, and certain communication expenses. And then last but not least, in the red slice, you have grant match. So the majority of the federal funding we receive requires that we put up a certain amount of local funds in order to receive those federal funds. In FY26, we're budgeting to put up $1 million of general fund match in order to leverage nearly $12 million of federal funds, as you can see in the smaller pie chart to the right. Next slide, please. This chart also shows where our funding comes from, our resources, but it's broken down by major program area. Once again, federal is in blue and non-federal is in green. As you can see, the transportation program relies most heavily on federal funds. This is not surprising since that's the program that is responsible for fulfilling all of our federally required activities as the region's metropolitan planning organization. However, every program area within planning receives some support from federal funds. Even urban policy and development, which appears to be all green or all non-federal here, about half of that bar chart or half of that bar is the transit-oriented development program, which, as I mentioned earlier, while technically non-federal, is contingent on federal funds. Next slide, please. So this is the flip side of the coin, the expenses or where our funding goes to. In purple, you have personnel. In orange, you have materials and services. And in blue, you have indirect or overhead expenses, which are allocated across all program areas. What I want to focus on here is the darker orange. These are grants or funds that we provide to external entities, and they make up close to 50% of our budget. These are all funded by restricted, dedicated funding sources. So for example, under transportation, it includes the grants we provide as part of the regional travel options program, the Safe Routes to Schools program, and the Safe Streets for All program. Under investment areas, that dark orange portion represents the funding we plan to provide to TriMet in support of 82nd Avenue, TV Highway, and Better Bus. Under urban policy and development, it includes the transit-oriented development program. And under community investment, it includes the placemaking and 2040 grants that are funded by the construction excise tax. Next slide, please. We are budgeting 88.8 FTE in FY26 in the department. This is a decrease of 1.35 FTE from FY25. We'll talk about those reductions on the next slide. But before we do that, one thing I want to point out is that this slide, like all the previous slides, is organized by program area, not by division or team. So for example, if a research center staff person is budgeted to spend 0.5 FTE on a specific transportation project, that 0.5 FTE is reflected under transportation. This reflects the fact that staff in our department are flexible. They can work across multiple program areas. And this can be a useful risk management tool as it allows staff to pivot based on available funding. However, that of course only works to a certain extent. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to talk about our proposed budget reductions for FY26. These are driven by the fact that our personnel costs are increasing at a faster rate than our ongoing revenue. So our personnel costs are increasing at a rate of around 8% per year, while our ongoing revenue is increasing by a rate of around 3% per year. This is not a new issue, but it is becoming more urgent as personnel costs continue to increase due to aspects like PERS, which affects all of Metro and all public agencies. To begin to address this, our FY26 reductions focused primarily on eliminating vacant positions. This included the previously approved research program director position, as well as a vacant assistant planner. These reductions will result in $420,000 of ongoing savings. And now I will turn it over to Catherine, who will expand on this.
Thanks, David. I just wanted to jump in here and briefly reflect on what is fundamentally a conservative budget environment for us and for the rest of the agency. David mentioned and John mentioned earlier that across the agency, expenditures, including personnel expenditures, are growing faster than revenues. That trend is very true in our department as well. So in addition to the current reductions, which David just described and you see on the screen, we will be looking for opportunities as people leave or retire to consider what not filling those positions looks like and consider ways to reorganize work to make that work. We expect this to result in reduced capacity in the coming years. And we very much appreciate the flexibility of our teams and are working hard to continue to increase that flexibility, but it just means we may be somewhat less responsive. That said, within the contraction scenario that I just described, we do have a few budget asks to advance work specifically asked by this council that we do in the coming year. Malou is going to describe those asks in more detail.
Next slide, please. So I'll review these three proposed budget modifications for planning, development, and research. The first one, we're really excited to be moving forward to update Metro's charter required 50-year future vision with the council's guidance. FY25 included a small amount to begin pre-scoping, and you also approved a budget amendment last November that allowed us to hire a limited duration project coordinator and to supplement that pre-scoping budget to help us work through the process with you of defining our work scope. FY26 includes a proposed $530,000 to complete a significant portion of the project, including supporting the Charter Required Future Vision Commission, who will recommend an updated vision to the Metro Council for your consideration. Work will focus on the council-defined goal of developing a robust strategy that helps ensure that actions taken, meetings held, and relationships that are built during the creation of the vision lead to future actions that are identified in a nearer term implementation plan, because 50 years is a really long time away, and the nearer term actions are very important. The proposed budget also includes two major rounds of engagement, including surveys, stakeholder engagement, and a focus on youth. And based on your feedback through our pre-scoping process, the funds may also include engaging artists to help celebrate the uniqueness of our region and spur thinking about the future. We'll be working with you all to finalize our work scope over the next couple of months. These funds, to be clear, will cover materials and services. Staff are covered within our department's existing resources. Our current timeline includes completing the future vision portion of this work in December 2026. So we anticipate proposed funds in FY27 as well. The second proposed budget modification is a regional transportation class. The budget includes $45,000 contingent upon finalizing agreements with ODOT and TriMet to match that amount. And the goal of this course is to increase community engagement through improved understanding of transportation concepts and the regional decision-making process. Last, the proposed budget includes a 6-month extension for an existing limited duration associate transportation planner working on our Safe Streets grant, for which we have an obligated and signed grant agreement. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ted to cover budget performance measures.
Okay, next slide, please. So yes, on budget performance measures, there are 3 major components of the Planning, Development, and Research department to measure. Includes data, our planning work, and our grant investments. We had a working group put together to respond to council direction to define measurable outcomes informative to the budget process. The first measure that you're seeing on the slide here is the total number of requests for regional land information system data. This measure indicates how valued, useful, and accessible the we call it RLIS, Regional Land Information System data, is that we develop and maintain not only to our planning needs, but also to external users and the general public. We would like to see steady growth in this number as an indicator of the value and accessibility of the data, and early monitoring for 2025 indicates we are on track for continued growth. Next slide, please. Second, looking at our planning work, this measure examines how the region's shared transportation and land use goals are put into action with plans managed by Metro's Planning, Development, Research Department. Local jurisdictions implement our region's goals through local land use plans and transportation system plans. Local agency compliance rates with our regional plans is a measure of the success of our regional plan implementation. If local agencies are not in compliance with the functional plans, the budget process could consider and provide direction to us on whether there are new initiatives or alternative approaches we could undertake within the department on our work program to improve successful implementation of our planning efforts. While we aspire to 100% compliance by our local partners, you can see there has been an increase in compliance rate over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And our final measure is looking at community investments that are made by our grant programs, and specifically grants of our transit-oriented development program, and how they have provided grant support in our equity focus areas. This evaluates equitable distribution of program investments in affordable housing and other commercial or community spaces near frequent transit service to directly benefit these communities. You can see here there's been an increase in affordable housing development in equity focus areas over the last 5 years. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Malou.
Catherine, I think.
Oh, to Catherine. Okay.
Next slide, please. This is our final slide, except for our thank you slide. And this is an opportunity for me just to share a few reflections with you all about the budget the presentation you just saw and where we think we're going. I talked already about the need to continue the alignment of expenditures with revenues. We talked about the federal uncertainty. Happy to answer more questions about that. It becomes particularly noteworthy when you look at the composition of our budget and the reliance on federal funding. Everything we do is rooted in regional partnerships. The strengthening of those partnerships is front and center for us throughout our staff. And those partnerships are both agency partnerships and community partnerships and business partnerships. And we will continue to focus an enormous part of our staff effort on those. Our own department culture, we have a strong commitment to a continued focus on diversity and inclusion. We are grateful to you all for funding our equity manager. We're grateful to our equity manager for the great work she's done and for the partnership with the DEI department here at Metro. And then finally, just programs and investments. As we navigate uncertainty, as we look at a contraction environment, we will continue to stay true to the Metro Council's values, and the values I would articulate here that we think about when we say that are regionalism and a focus on climate and equity and accountability, and the work being grounded in data and research. And that's a way for me to get a quick plug in for our data resource center, which really in many ways are often the unsung heroes of the work that we do across the rest of the department. Sometimes they don't end up in front of you in the same way, but their work underlies the rest of what we bring to you. So with that, next slide, please. I just want to thank you all for your continued interest and partnership in our work. You see a lot of us. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your interest, and look forward to your questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Nicely done. Questions? Counselor Huang and then Counselor Gonzalez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the team for a really well put together and thoughtful presentation. And I really do get the sense that we're centering our values set by council. So thanks for that. I was actually looking through the org chart in the materials, and I had some just clarifying questions. Can you, I see there's a climate program bucket, but there's no staff to it attached to it, I don't think. So I'm wondering, like, what is the status of the climate program, and whether or not we'll still be proceeding with that area of work, and then like roughly like who's working on that?
Yeah,
because it's kind of its own thing, but there are no lines to it.
Thank you for that question. I suspect you are looking at an old version of the org chart. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Happy to get you a current version, but essentially our climate program, climate work crosscuts pretty much everything we do. As you all know, so much of what we have brought to you over the past year, it pretty much always has a climate element. That said, one of the things we did late last year, early this year is designate a specific manager who you all know, Kim Ellis, as the manager of our climate program. And she oversees 3 staff members. Those staff members are delivering specific projects like the cooling corridors and the climate pollution reduction grant. And they are also building capacity and connective tissue within the department to make sure that we are having less kind of atomized approach to climate work and more consistent ways of communicating about it and coordinating. So I'm sorry, I don't have that org chart in front of you, but I'll make sure you get a current one.
There's lines from Kim Ellis to Tom, but that's kind of like on the side.
That was probably a transitional org chart.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the work is still proceeding.
The work is proceeding. I appreciate the question. We actually talked about this. And in fact, if anything, I think the work is even more important. We don't know if we're going to continue to get federal grant funding. That said, we do have the current CPRG climate pollution reduction grant that is building a prioritized plan for the region of the types of investments that can really move the needle on greenhouse gas reduction. We expect to complete that work, and we expect to look for various resources to support that work in the future, both federal, which we have a great track record for federal grants. We will continue to build the capacity to apply for and deliver on those grants, but we also will be looking at local funding for various efforts as well.
Thank you. And then just another follow-up on the org, I guess this might be a transitional org chart in the packet. But Data Resource Center doesn't have supervision to.
Yeah,
Anybody?
thank you. Great question. It actually connects to the reduction package that Malou described, but I appreciate the specific question. Last year, you all approved a program director position that would have provided a level of oversight comparable to the oversight that TED provides to the NPO and the Transportation Planning Group. We were thinking of it as a research director, a data and research director. By the time we were ready to hire that person, we were also working through the budget planning for this fiscal year, and it really became clear that we were going to have to figure out ways to contract. And as we thought about how to do that, that position was just an obvious place. It's an expensive position, and what we did was do some restructuring within the management structure. We moved a couple of the responsibilities that we had intended for that person directly to me, which actually has worked out well because some of the responsibilities that I managed last year have been managed by TED this year. So we've shuffled those around. And then within the actual management structure of the Data Resource Center, we've moved some folks between managers to make the span of control make more sense. It's not perfect, but by reducing that span of control, it gives those managers a little bit more ability to do provide some of the communications and strategy that we would have had that position do.
So the Resource Center reports to you directly?
Yes.
Okay.
The two Data Resource Center managers report directly to me. The modeling group manager reports to Malou.
Okay, great. And yeah, I'm sure they're the unsung heroes of the department.
They are.
I'm just wondering how, and I don't know, this might be a longer question, but how is the Resource Center deployed? Like, does everyone submit requests of like research projects? Or I guess I'm just wondering, like, what is the kind of workflow for, their work and services?
We certainly, the two managers are sitting in the room. Madeline Steele is on that side and Cindy Peterson is over there. They both field a lot of requests, both internally from Metro and externally from our regional partners. There's a long history of regional engagement with what has been variably its own department or part of the planning department. Those relationships are strong and they've both been working to continue to cultivate those relationships. We also, the three of us, often have requests or get requests, and we sort of move them through that management structure. Similarly with our modeling group, Matt Bin leads that group, and he has been also working for years with our regional partners on their modeling needs, both transportation modeling and land use modeling. So it's always one way to do it is through me, honestly. And then, or through Madeline or Cindy, we work really closely together.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Gonzalez, Lewis, and Rosenthal.
Thanks, President Peterson. Yeah, real quick, Ted, during one of your slides, you're visualizing the ARLIS data requests. The first thing that popped into my mind is do we know the source of those requests? Because part of me thinks, or is hypothesizing, that that's linked to like ChatGPT or AI pinging data sets and data sources. Do we have a sense if that is real or not? And in general, just wondering about that dynamic of how a lot of AI is interacting with public data sets.
Yeah, so you're probably getting into a level of detail that's best answered by our data manager, Madeline Steele. So just in terms of the source of the ARLIS data, yeah. I would say it is automated responses, but what I understand is when our data is linked to presentations or displays on the web, when somebody goes and clicks on that data source, we get a ping, and that's the indicator that we keep track of. So in terms of just how real it is as opposed to AI type of pings, I don't know, Madeline, you would have any more in-depth description of that?
And we can get
we
into
can-
more detail rather maybe than taking the time here. Let us do a little research on that and bring that back to you. Because we also have made the data more accessible and free. So, you know, I think there's different reasons and ways. And one of the things we want to do is measure over time how that works. But your point is good, and we'll figure out ways to track that and get back to you.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I just want to make sure that in my question, I wasn't trying to like qualify if it was good or bad. It's just a phenomenon, right? And I think that we're all, I mean, I don't know if everyone here is using AI more frequently than before, but I think it is important to know that, you know, in this highly digital changing environment of the way that we interact with technology, that our local governments play a really important role in providing accurate data that has integrity that then is churned into whatever, right? So again, huge value. I see a huge value in that, and appreciate that, and wanted to just lean into that. I also appreciate the focus in the planning for this next fiscal year to continue to be around the future vision process and the resources. And I know that we've had to kind of like continue to refine from dream plan to something that might be still great, but has to be refined. I'm really eager as we move that forward to see how we can leverage philanthropy and other partners, business community, to really have these deep conversations about the future. So Metro is putting up a lot of capacity and a lot of money for this, and that's wonderful. So I'm just thinking about the work that Johannes does and also other foundation leaders that recognize right now that we're doing some soul searching, and with the vibes being low, the economy obviously not going in the direction that we would all love it to, that there's this really important opportunity that the future vision process is just galvanized and ready to accelerate. So I think I want to keep working with y'all on that. I know we talk a lot about that, but just putting it out there. And also, I'm wondering how we can leverage the different like civic engagement, planning grants that might be within planning or other departments to also really like just build on the layers of this major project and initiative that we have for the next few months in different ways. So I know that there's already a lot of work around that, but I feel like I can't understate enough how important this process feels right now. So I appreciate how much you've prioritized it in the budget. And then lastly, Catherine, when you were talking about the values that the department approached it in, you used regionalism, climate, and racial equity. Love that. Thank you. There's also been like this underswell of movement and energy in the council around the role of importance of economic development. And I'm just curious to see if it's not this next fiscal year, maybe future fiscal years, how we start to use the urban growth. I'm not just growth management, but like there's growth in there, right? So we do support growth. And I think including economic development as a part of that is like maybe it's a psyche shift, or maybe that psyche is there and I'm just not connecting the dots. So I know that Councillor Simpson is leading an effort right now around this, and appreciate his hard work in that. It's a topic in the future vision process, but in general, just wanted to see what you think the like long range planning of the planning department looks like in terms of trying to like balance these priorities. So aside from that, thank you so much for your hard work, and I love working with you guys.
Thank you. Do you want me
Yes,
to answer
please.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
Um,
how does economic development fit into the range of multiple, all the things that we do?
I would say a couple of things. We have been very intentional in the pre-scoping meetings we've been having around future vision to make sure that we are talking with regional stakeholders and partners who have a strong economic development focus. I would say that economic development is also baked into a lot of the work that we already do. And maybe one of the things I'm hearing from you and from Councillor Simpson is the importance of lifting it up and communicating it a little bit more. And it is absolutely baked into the partnerships piece. There's no way for us to do regional planning that doesn't acknowledge the criticality of economic development to our partner agencies and organizations at this moment in the region. So that's not exactly answering your question in terms of, how are we staffing it and who's doing what, which I would be happy to think about a little bit more and bring back to this space in the future. But we are acutely aware of the importance and how it interrelates with both transportation, planning, investment, land use planning, and the types of community investment that you saw earlier today.
May I
Answer. Yeah, please.
A little bit more in terms of how we're staffing, supporting economic development. 2 years ago, council approved a community investments manager. That's How Hagedorn. And we have one economic development planner, that is David Tetrick, and bringing in How and having her lead that team is adding capacity to David's ability as our one person who's really focused on economic development to have that leadership support. And so we are working with you all as you determine any additional changes in the role that you would like to see us play in economic development beyond the way, as Catherine said, it's baked into a lot of what we do. How and David are going to be part of helping us figure out how we can expand upon that role.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because I do think that almost everything that this department does is economic development. And so to me, it's like, I think I use this phrase jokingly, but agenda is agenda, therefore we must agenda, right? And so it's a matter of narrative. It's a matter about how we frame the work that we do. And I think that there's a really big appetite on the council in the region for Metro to talk about that, but also just be cognizant of the space and that, I think there's a balance there for sure. And I'm just eager to like scratch that surface and keep doing that. And there's a lot of great work doing that, but I wanted to surface it in this meeting, obviously, that is with all of us here together at once.
We appreciate that. And I will say that our Future Vision project manager is currently meeting with Johannes Walde right now. And so we're trying to figure out ways that we can make those connections as well. Thank you, Councilor.
If I could just interject before we go to Councilor Lewis, I think what I would expect with the end of the year report from our committee is a recognition of not just the short term, but the long-term needs of the region in terms of capacity building for planning and implementation on economic developments that might require some out-of-the-box thinking of what do we ask the state legislature for and what other things do we look at. We obviously worked on a transportation measure, but there could be an infrastructure discussion as well in order to actually move properties that in this region that haven't moved in a long time because they need additional support, whether that's cleaning it up or whether that's just the cost of utilities in the ground. So that would be my expectation, is that we would get that. What is our role in the region and building capacity to get this stuff done when it comes forward. So Councilor Lewis.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate the particular challenges of this department given federal uncertainties. So I'm very happy to see how you've prioritized your budget and moving forward as a department. My first question is just a numbers question. I see that you've got over 5 million for contracted professional services, looking at page E24. And that's coming off of another high year that we're in currently, but some historic way lower numbers. Obviously, I'm supportive of the numbers that were put on the slide for supporting future visions, that sort of thing. What are our other professional services going towards? We're coming off of a large planning project. What else is going on?
I am going to refer that question to David, who can talk about the way that includes both grant making and professional services. So I'd just like to have him.
Yeah, I might have to get back to you for more specific to kind of dig in and look at what's specifically in that general ledger code. I think one thing to keep in mind for planning is that so much of our work is project-based and grant-based. And so a lot of times when you see these big swings in materials and services expenses, whether they're grants or whether they're contracted professional services, it's just a sort of result of the project timeline of when those project expenses happen to hit. And so oftentimes when you see a big increase in a particular materials and services expense, it's just a reflection of a particular project or several particular projects are going to be happening next year. One thing that comes to mind immediately is that TV Highway and 82nd Avenue are both budgeted in FY26, and a significant portion of those expenses are hiring a consultant, which would fall under this general ledger code, for the NEPA, the National
Environmental Protection Act.
Thank you. So that's a significant expense under those projects, and so that would lead to an increase that wouldn't have been there previously. But our operating, sort of ongoing operating materials and services costs are not increasing.
Okay, thank you. So we would be hiring a NEPA consultant, even though we've now handed it off to TriMet for 82nd?
Can I answer?
Please.
Yes, so as our historic partnership with TriMet continues, when we Metro, as you know, leads the process looking at a transit project from concept to locally preferred alternative. We then hand it over to TriMet, but Metro continues to lead the National Environmental Policy Act work. And that's an expertise that we've developed over many years. And we continue to do that work in partnership with TriMet, even though TriMet at that point in time is leading the project.
Okay, thank you. So then looking at your KPI of compliance with local land use, we're at 85%. And we seem to think that's better than we've been recently. Obviously, there are new statewide plans that have been necessitated. Do we think 85 is good? And as we get more of these unfunded program directives from the state, where do we think our jurisdictions are going to be in future years? And what are we doing to help?
Okay, will you take a stab at that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can start. So yes, at this point, the 85% compliance rate, or I should say the 15% non-compliance rate, is mostly at this point due to some unfinished land use planning work in our urban growth boundary expansion areas. And I don't think, my recollection is that the ones that are not yet finished with that work are not scheduled at this point to finish them in this next fiscal year, so that should extend. One may finish within the following fiscal year in terms of their current schedule. With regards to the additional state requirements under the climate friendly and equitable communities requirements that are going to be coming forward, we will be updating our functional plan requirements to respond to that in the next fiscal year, which then could create some additional new requirements on our local agencies that will probably then we would start to measure in the following fiscal year. So some of them may not be in compliance. Many of those agencies across our region are actually already proactively working on coming into compliance with those, independent of us adopting, sort of a regional approach to those requirements. So many of the local agencies could could comply, and some of them are getting grant support at this point to do that. But we may be in a couple of years looking at how can we help provide some funding to those local agencies to address those new compliance issues, probably within about a 2-year timeframe.
Okay, great, thank you. One more question. Obviously very supportive of the work that our agency does, building housing and deeply affordable housing at that. Looking at the TOD metrics, in particular, how we're measuring our outputs through money and money in opportunity areas. Do we still think TOD belongs in planning? And what can we do to further refine really having a unique view on TOD that's not just where there's already transit projects, spending the money that we have, which is fairly limited?
I'm going to give you a quick answer and then turn it over to Malou, who will give you an even deeper answer. But the quick answer is that we have developed strong expertise in transit-oriented development, TOD planning, and we really put it in a regional planning context. We look not just at affordability and the provision of affordable housing, but at that context of centers and corridors and how that can basically concentrate investment outside and beyond the type of investment we have to create communities that work from a climate standpoint, work for people to walk and use transit and get around more easily, and work from an economic development or a concentration of sort of local business standpoint. That said, with respect to specific staffing, I think I want to just turn it over to Malou if you have anything to add there.
I'm not going to talk about the staffing necessarily, but I do have a couple of things to add, Catherine. First, our transit-oriented development program started in 1998, and the goal of the program has always been to catalyze the market to develop near transit, and the funding source of that we use is based on a complicated calculation, as you know, that gets at the increase in transit ridership for that specific development. And we fund, working with developers, a small portion of the overall cost of a project. It hasn't always been focused on affordable housing. I think that you all know that as well. And the value of the program is that it has been able to target to achieve the goals of our 2040 vision, of our growth concept, and to be able to be nimble over the course of time. It isn't just affordable housing that is built. I think I referred in the Gleason Landing, there's also workforce development. There's often a retail component. There's more than affordable housing in these transit-oriented development projects. So we try to get at a holistic focus to improve our overall goal of more development in transit-rich locations. And so I think with that, I'll stop with that, but we're trying to get at a lot of goals. I think why is this program in planning, development, and research and not in housing? Housing used to be in PDNR as well. And we have built up a long-term expertise of people that are doing this work. The team works very, very closely with housing. And I mean, the way that I like to think about the work that we do in planning is that we also work really closely with parks on other issues. We work across Metro, and it's really important for us to be able to be collaborative, regardless of where we sit within the organization of the agency.
I appreciate that. And then maybe just to put a finer point on one piece of that, because we have the hopefully consistent transit-oriented development funding available, even in the sort of swings of availability via housing measure, be it a bond or levy funding measure, we have the ability to just sort of keep that expertise and those relationships steadily moving forward in the context of more traditional transit-oriented development funding. And for us now, when we do transit-oriented development, it has a strong affordability component always. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Rosenthal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, a comment. I'm glad Councilor Gonzalez brought up the issue of economic development. As you know, economic development is different in each district. Shares some things in common and has different problems, particularly associated with transportation. And the current legislative proposal provides totally insufficient resources to address some of these transportation issues, which is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. My question actually has to do with housing and planning. And I guess I see two programs that are coming up. Well, obviously we have the one where we have to come up with the regional housing needs. And then we also have the new one, which is going to be evaluating all the use of public lands for additional housing. And I guess the question is, do we have adequate resources to be able to coordinate effectively between your division and the housing division to make sure we can accomplish these goals? These are in the evaluating public lands and how that implies in both planning as well as land use as well as in housing needs. Are we reasonably well set in terms of coordination to be able to deal with those issues?
I think I'll do something similar, which is I'll give you a high level answer and then see if Malou has something more specific with respect to the regional housing coordination study that we're actively collaborating with the housing department on. But your question was, do we have the resources? And, we could always use more resources, but I think the answer is yes. We have the people who can talk to each other, do talk to each other, and should talk to each other. And there's, I think, more and more shared understanding of the need to build some of those collaboration structures as well. So with that, do you want to give a little bit more about the example of the regional housing coordination study?
I don't have a lot to add, but I will say we're working very closely with the housing department, and it's working very well. And focused on the regional housing coordination strategy in particular. And we have the resources that we need to do that work.
And that actually is maybe a good example of the type of collaboration structure I was talking about, in the sense that we built a joint department oversight team, if you will, and then have a specifically dedicated project manager that works with that oversight team. And then there's a technical group and an engagement group that support that. And all of those teams are drawing from both departments. And I think that's the type of structure that we need to partner well on individual initiatives.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilor Nolan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Question is for Catherine, perhaps also for Marisa. You started out with a discussion about the uncertainty of federal funds, but also your presentation included that half the department's budget roughly is federal funds. We hope that all of that materializes. I, however, would not bet on that outcome. And I think we would benefit from some of your thinking about what happens and how you prioritize your work in the event that federal departments both do not have funds to distribute to local governments, or policy decisions are made at the federal level that contradict the values that are reflected in your budget and that I share.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. We knew somebody would ask that question. We assume that you all wonder about that. We think about that too. I'll answer in a few ways, and I'll see if maybe Ted wants to supplement that. That if you remember that big blue slice, that is what's called our formula funds. And those are the monies that come to us because we are the federally designated metropolitan planning organization. Some of those stay in Metro to fund staff. Some of them are distributed out to our partners, but a significant percentage of, as you saw, of our staff activities are connected to that funding. That in our mind is the least risky of the federal funding. And maybe taking a step back, one of the exercises we have done as leadership is go through and sort of map the risk level of each type of federal funding we use and receive. Least risky doesn't mean no risk for sure, but one of the realities of that type of MPO funding, which is particularly, it feels better to say now that we have that certification in hand, is were the federal government to reallocate that or reconsider the allocation of that funding, they would need to do it nationally. And what we have heard from the transportation secretary is there's a strong interest in continuing to get money out into communities to be spent to build things. So it's not no risk, but it is the lowest risk. And we've mapped, as I say, activities and employees to all of this. Higher risk, obviously, are the discretionary grants that we have relied on for projects like the 82nd Avenue and TV Highway equitable development strategies that we've relied on for climate programs. We, again, have understood, mapped what staff is attached to them, what programs are attached to them, how long those obligated grants are likely to continue to support that. And we've just done scenario planning and will continue to do scenario planning as certain things become less clear and certain things become more clear. We also have brownfields grants. And again, those so far, the signals we have are that they are relatively low risk. So as we look at that sort of relative risk for our federal funding, what we are trying to balance is not preemptively stopping important work, but making sure that we are just very closely watching what's happening and doing the best we can to do internal scenario planning to be prepared. I don't know, Ted, do you want to add anything, or David, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you did a great job explaining the landscape. The one thing I guess I would add is where we do have more risk, as you mentioned, Catherine, is the discretionary grants. I think the current budget, the discretionary grants that are in the current budget are funds that are obligated. So again, that having them all obligated has reduced that risk. But I think in the future, as we go after additional discretionary grants, we'll have to be nimble in how we respond to the criteria of those grants, which are likely to change under the new administration.
Yeah, thank you. And the dynamic that you're describing certainly contributes to what I described as a conservative budgeting posture in a contraction scenario. It's not the time to make major investments in growth without better understanding kind of what the tea leaves look like around us.
I'm concerned that what we think is a conservative approach may very well end up itself being well below what funds are actually available. And
yeah,
that's not an outcome I would relish, but I think it's unpredictable, but it is not likely to be unpredictable on the upside.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody said to me in the hallway earlier today, in good times, we prepare for bad times. In bad times, we plan for good times. And we're in an odd mixture of both. And as I say, it feels critically important not to back away from the work and critically important to be aware, as you're describing, of what the dynamics are. So thank you.
If I could add, Counselor Nolan, I think when we step back and we look at all of the federal funds at Metro, and certainly planning has the largest percentage, we simply don't, and we're in the same boat with many other governments in the state, city, county. We don't have the funds to backfill the loss of federal funds. We do have reserves set aside that I would say could be used to ramp down in a controlled way, a catastrophic loss or a big cut. But we won't have much choice in saving certain aspects of work if the worst happens. So that's a hard thing to say, but I think it's a reality that we have to grapple with.
And thank you for your fortitude in grappling with it.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other hands raised. Thank you. Good start to the discussion. It is 12:45. We have on the agenda that we would come back at 1:30. If that's enough time for everybody, we could start at 1:45 as well if you wanted an hour. Do I hear a consensus? I don't know what that means.
1:30 is good.
1:45?
1:30 is good.
1:30.
1:30 is
Okay,
fine.
1:30. All right, we'll convene back at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Then people like, I don't know what this means.
Chicken is technically hang loose,
I was just doing this, and Lynn was like, I don't know what that means.
or you're on the telephone.
You're like, what do you think you mean? Hang loose vibes.
In
Feel
case.
good then? Feel good?
Was it right?
No, there's
The
not.
world is going
There's-
to hell,
there's a
but
good
otherwise, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
It's not a huge.
Oh, thanks to Metro, we're gonna make that sure.
It's
that
still
doesn't
floating
happen.
out there.
Make sure.
Even-
they're-
Thank you for the cleanups.
I just.
Delicious lunch. It was really good. I think everybody had a good helping. Our last presentation today is Waste Prevention and Environmental Services Budget. We have with us today WPES Director Marta McGuire to facilitate the discussion and staff.
Test this and just make sure it's working. Good afternoon, counselors. Again, my name is Marta McGuire and I'm Metro's Waste Prevention and Environmental Services Department Director. And I have here with me Carrie Stacy, our Deputy Director, and Patrick Dennis, our Department Finance Manager. And we are pleased to be here to share the details of the Waste Prevention and Environmental Services Department budget with you today. If we go to the next slide. Here's just a quick overview of what we will cover following the same format as the prior budget presentations that you heard this morning. Differing from last year's presentation, we will have the opportunity to also share with you the proposed solid waste fees. Next slide. I just want to start with the department's mission. As a regional utility, Metro's Waste Prevention and Environmental Services plays a vital role in protecting our communities and environment by ensuring garbage and recycling services are safe, reliable, and accessible to all. Our work keeps the region clean and functioning by safely managing waste and ensuring that recyclable and reusable materials go on to continue their journey toward a second life. While the broader financial forecast is affecting Metro's departments differently, Waste Prevention and Environmental Services is fortunate to be in a stable financial position. Still, like other essential services, our operating costs continue to rise due to inflation, increasing labor costs, and the need for ongoing infrastructure investments. Our approach to the proposed budget is to maintain our stable, high-quality service delivery and make targeted investments in infrastructure needed to modernize the system, close persistent service gaps where residents lack service, and ensure our infrastructure can meet the region's needs over time. Our work is organized into the 3 service areas that you see listed here. Regional garbage and recycling operations, that's managing Metro's 2 public transfer stations. Services and community investments, providing community cleanup, waste reduction grants, household hazardous waste collection, and education. And lastly, planning and partnerships, reducing waste through policy, regulation, and long-term system planning. This is the work that we do collaboratively with cities and counties. Because these are areas that are key to fulfilling our mission, I want to take a moment to share some key highlights from this past year. Next slide. Regional garbage and recycling operations continues to provide high quality garbage and recycling services, even as the system faces increasing pressures from climate related events such as wildfire, storm, and extreme heat. Metro Central operates 6 days a week and Metro South is open 7 days a week. Together, they process thousands of customer transactions each week, serving as reliable access points for safe disposal and recycling of materials. At the same time, our team has increased efforts in the reuse and repair space, including the Bike Salvage Partnership Program with Free Bikes for Kids. Through this program, we recover bikes to be refurbished and distributed to youth and adults in the region through community partnerships. This was actually a staff-generated idea that has led to some great success. Next slide. And services and community investments continues to play a vital role in advancing waste reduction, environmental education, and community-based service delivery. Our household hazardous waste remains a top priority with collecting more than 4 million pounds of materials through Metro's 2 permanent facilities. In addition, the number of community collection events doubled, expanding access to safe disposal options for residents in the region. Metro also continued to invest in public education, reaching thousands of students and community members through youth and adult programming. To support the region's reuse sector, Metro distributed $750,000 in one-time emergency funding to nonprofit organizations as a part of the council-approved budget amendment. In parallel, staff completed the design of the Reuse Impact Fund proposal to strengthen the region's long-term investment in the region's reuse infrastructure. Finally, Metro's community stewardship program deepened its partnerships with organizations like Insight Alliance and Rapid Response, combining job training with critical cleanup services. Next slide. In planning and partnerships, we also made significant progress in strengthening policies to increase waste reduction and long-term system resilience. Along with annual funding that we provide to local governments to support waste reduction efforts, Metro also launched the second round of funding for the Disaster Debris Reserve Grant Program for debris management following severe winter storm events. Efforts to advance the Recycling Modernization Act continued, ensuring that regulatory updates support a more efficient and accessible recycling system. Metro also completed the bulky waste policy pilot project to improve access to large item disposal with new service standards set for completion this year. These are just a few highlights of the ongoing programs and services that deliver meaningful value to the region, from essential operations and education to forward-looking planning and system-wide policy development. Next slide. I want to now move on to our proposed budget. Next slide. As we deliver regional services and plan for long-term improvements, we remain focused on advancing progress in Council's strategic target areas of environment and economy, with the regional outcomes listed here. This next year's proposed budget continues core service delivery while introducing targeted investments to build momentum in the following outcome areas. Under waste prevention and healthy environment, we're remaining core programs such as environmental education and local government grants, while continuing work to implement the region's food scraps policy. This includes planning for infrastructure to support expanded food waste transfer and processing capacity and reducing contamination. A council work session is planned for the coming months to provide an opportunity to share updates and confirm direction. New investments are also focused on advancing reuse partnerships, keeping materials out of the landfill, and supporting highest and best use. For an accessible, excellent, and resilient system, the budget preserves critical services such as household hazardous waste collection and dumps garbage response, while investing in initial planning for a community depot network. These depots are central to closing the persistent service gaps and expanding access to safe, convenient recycling options for all communities in the region. To support shared prosperity, we continue to invest in workforce partnerships such as those integrated into our rig cleanup program that connect economic opportunity to environmental goals. Across all these areas, we are emphasizing public-private partnerships as a strategy to expand service capacity, support innovation, and community-driven solutions. Next slide. Building on these outcomes, the proposed budget reflects a balanced approach, sustaining core services while investing in system changes needed to close service gaps and modernize regional infrastructure. These new investments, particularly in community depot planning for project refinement in phase 1, including the Cornelia site and the Reuse Impact Fund, are early but important steps in delivering on system improvements in the Regional Systems Facilities Plan. They lay the groundwork for longer-term shifts in how services are accessed, who benefits, and how we keep valuable materials in use. Next slide. This slide provides a high-level overview of our proposed budget. So starting at the bottom, materials and services is our largest allocation, supporting direct service delivery and our contracted operations at the 2 transfer stations. Our personnel costs fund the more than 200 FTE that support day-to-day operations and advancing strategic priorities within the department. The contingency and reserves include our 45-day operating reserve and restricted funds for the St. John's landfill management. Central services funds Metro-wide central services such as IT, finance, and the capital outlay as our ongoing capital investments and upgrades in our existing facilities. Our budget modifications include staffing to establish a core team to lead implementation of the system facilities plan while also utilizing existing staff. The team will leverage the structured approach used in the Oregon Zoo bond implementation to ensure effective project delivery and accountability. The focus of this team will be project refinement for the Cornelius Depot, including developing a basis of design for the site and potential for interim depot. We are also proposing to launch the Reuse Impact Fund, a $1 million grant program that was presented to Council this fall to fund reuse organizations. This funding would be for reuse organizations to support and grow their work in diverting materials from the landfill. Next, we want to review the key metrics that we use to measure on our program and system investments. So I will turn it over to Carrie.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Our work is guided by the Regional Waste Plan, which is a vision for Greater Portland's garbage and recycling system. This slide features our strategic priorities that reflect the plan values and align with Council's strategic target areas.
On the left, you'll see the strategic priorities. In the middle, indicators of our progress, and on the right, our progress to date with the reporting year of 2024. I want to take a moment to share some of these key measures. Next slide, please. First is our work on fostering shared prosperity. One key indicator we look to here is the median wage. This indicator tracks the hourly median wage of jobs in the garbage and recycling industry and helps us monitor whether solid waste workers at all levels receive competitive wages. Currently, data includes Metro and Recology employees with plans to expand to private facilities and collection companies. Between 2020 and 2024, the median wage increased by $7.30, an average of 7% annually. This increase correlates with inflation as well as increases agreed upon under the current union contract. Frontline workers saw the greatest increase in wages. For this reason, the indicator is marked as progress made. However, median wages remain below living wage estimates, showing more progress is needed. Next slide, please. This measure evaluates the department's impact on youth education related to waste prevention, recycling, and sustainability. Education programs are a cornerstone of Metro's waste prevention strategy, ensuring that future generations are equipped with the knowledge and skills to reduce waste and make sustainable choices. Annually, Metro's education programs engage thousands of students across the region through school programs, hands-on learning, and outreach events. Targets for fiscal year 25-26 aim to expand engagement, particularly in communities where access to environmental education has historically been limited. Following a dip during the COVID-19 pandemic, programming has expanded again to reach more students than the state requires for waste prevention education, which is set at a minimum of 5% students in the area served. Next slide, please. The next indicator focuses on our goals for reducing the impact of trash and improving services. The short-term focus is on maintaining a rapid response to dumping incidents and removing waste efficiently through Metro's RID Patrol and community partnerships. Over the long term, however, the goal for this indicator is to see a decrease in the tons of dumped garbage needing to be cleaned up as a reflection of consistent, affordable, and convenient services. The data show that tons of dumped garbage collected appear to have peaked in 2022, and the number of sites needing to be cleaned by RID crews has remained flat for the past 3 years. Though not shown on this chart, the total number of sites with dumped trash reported to RID has remained at a similar level between 2022 and 2024. This may suggest that dumped garbage in the region is stabilizing following an increase during the pandemic. Nevertheless, tons of dumped trash collected and the number of sites cleaned by RID crews remain above pre-pandemic levels, 2019, indicating an ongoing need for RID Patrol services. The indicator also monitors the percentage of cleaned sites that occur in equity focus areas as one measure of communities most likely to face barriers to garbage and recycling services. While our metrics on dumped garbage may have leveled off, we need to monitor data in the next few years to confirm if this trend continues once post-pandemic effects have played out. Next slide, please. I'd like to now highlight a new measure of the capacity and impact of the reuse and repair sectors. Increasing the capacity to recover goods for reuse is instrumental for reaching our waste prevention goals and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Using state and business data coupled with a recent study by Metro on large item reuse, we were able to develop an estimate of the capacity of the reuse and repair sectors in our region so that we can start to track their expansion. Based on this, we estimate that over 150,000 tons of materials were collected by the reuse sector across the region. That amount is equivalent to about 10% of the waste that was sent to the landfill in 2022. The goal for this indicator is to increase the amount of reuse and repair activity in the region. And I want to emphasize this indicator is a work in progress, and we hope to be able to put a finer point on the data as investments and reporting increase. Next slide, please. I will now hand it over to Patrick Dennis, Finance Manager for Waste Prevention and Environmental Services, who will present information on our solid waste fees.
Thank you. Next slide, please. WPES is primarily funded by two major fees. The regional system fee supports system-wide programs like hazardous waste collection, public education, and local government partnerships. And the solid waste fee funds operations at Metro's two transfer stations, Metro South and Metro Central. These two fees account for about 83% of the solid waste fund's budgeted revenue, allowing WPES to maintain essential services while making strategic investments in system improvements as described earlier in this presentation. Next slide, please. In developing the fees, WPEZ is guided by a set of criteria that ensure the department is balancing financial needs with community, environmental, and system-wide impacts. The criteria shown on the screen were adopted by Metro Council and are used during the fee development process. The four priority criteria are accessibility and equity. WPEZ aims to support a system that works for everyone, regardless of geography or income. This means prioritizing investments that expand access and reduce disparities across the region. Healthy environment. Fees should encourage behaviors and system investments that keep valuable materials out of the landfill and put them to their highest and best use. Affordability. We consider how fees impact users and households and aim to maintain affordability while still delivering essential services and system improvements. And finally, public-private system alignment. Our system is built on a mix of public, private, and nonprofit partners. Fees are designed to consider the financial needs of private and nonprofit partners, ensuring the system remains reliable and balanced. These criteria help WPEZ make informed, balanced decisions, supporting a system that is financially sustainable and environmentally responsible. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates Metro's fee history. Up until fiscal year 21-22, Metro's solid waste fees were relatively stable and increased at a rate below inflation on average, including 2 years where fees decreased. During the economic uncertainty caused by the pandemic, Metro did not increase fees despite rising operational costs. This resulted in a larger fee increase starting in FY 21-22 to address rising costs and to maintain core service delivery. Like other utilities that provide essential services, the cost of operations continue to rise due to inflation, increasing labor costs, and need for ongoing infrastructure investments. Last fiscal year, WPEZ increased the regional system fee by 1%, while the solid waste fee rose 16%, reflecting increased fixed costs of operations at Metro's transfer stations. Next slide, please. The Solid Waste Fund is an enterprise fund, established with the objective of being completely self-sustaining. Guided by Metro's adopted financial policies, WPEZ's intention is to propose fees to council at a level to generate sufficient revenue to cover operational, capital, and reserve needs, as illustrated here in a 5-year forecast. Next slide, please. Historically, regional waste tonnage shows an increasing trend over the last 10 years, but the near-term future outlook for tonnage appears to be relatively flat. The tonnage forecast for the next fiscal year predicts a decrease of about 3% relative to this fiscal year's projected tonnage. Next slide, please. Looking at the regional system fee first, or RSF, there are 2 major factors impacting this fee for FY 25-26. As I just mentioned in the previous slide, a 3.3% decrease in regional tonnage, or about 50,000 tons being one factor, and a 9% increase to personnel services year over year, with contributing factors including pay equity and benefit cost increases like the PERS contribution increase. As the number of regional tons decreases and operational expenses increase, this drives the regional system fee higher. For FY 25-26, the regional system fee will increase from $31.72 per ton to $33.62 per ton, or 5.97% increase. The budget modifications presented earlier impact this fee. Next slide, please. Now we'll look at the solid waste fee. And as a reminder, the solid waste fee being presented in this slide is a fee charged to the Metro Central and Metro South transfer station customers. Like the regional system fee, the 2 major factors impacting the solid waste fee in FY 25-26 are the combined 3.7% decrease in tonnage expected to pass through the 2 transfer stations, and personnel services increasing by about 7%. As the transfer stations only receive a portion of the regional tonnage, the solid waste fee is more sensitive to tonnage variations than the regional system fee that we just looked at. For FY 25-26, the solid waste fee will increase from $104.37 per ton to $115.86 per ton, or 11.01%. The budget modifications presented earlier do not impact this fee. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of the fee changes. The staff scale house fee charged to self-haul customers at Metro's transfer stations who interact with a staff member as they pass through the scale house will remain constant year over year at $27. The automated scale house fee charged to customers who use the automated non-staffed scale house is increasing by $1.25 per transaction, or 17.24%. The minimum load charge is increasing by $2 from $45 to $47, with the weight limit remaining unchanged at 240 pounds. As shown on the previous two slides, the solid waste fee will increase by 11.01%, and the regional system fee will increase by 5.97%.
Can I just weigh in here, just a clarifying question? These are all proposed.
Correct. They are
So,
proposed.
but the language we're using and the slides seem to indicate it's a done deal. So I just want to clarify for folks that this is still a conversation, it's proposed, and there's still, I know we probably did an introduction, but I want to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, these are all proposed fees that council will consider in May. Next slide, please. Here are upcoming engagements that WPES will be hosting to gather additional input on the proposed budget and fees shown in this presentation. WPES will host a budget forum tomorrow, April 16th, with local jurisdictions, industry, and community organizations involved in waste reduction efforts. Then the Regional Waste Advisory Committee will review and provide input on the budget and fees proposal on April 24th. This input will be shared with council on May 8th in advance of Metro Council's consideration of fee adoption scheduled for May 15th. Next slide, please. I'll now turn it back over to Marta to conclude our presentation with some considerations for council.
Thanks, Patrick. If we go to the next slide, a couple of considerations that we wanted to share with Metro councilors. As I noted, the proposed budget includes modifications to modernize the garbage and recycling system and address critical service gaps. This is aligned with Metro solid waste fee setting criteria that emphasizes waste reduction and investments that provide regional benefit with a focus on geographic access. We recognize the current economic challenges and current environment, and we will be seeking input on the proposed budget and fees that Patrick just shared in the coming weeks. With the forum tomorrow and the upcoming Regional Waste Advisory Committee, we'll be bringing that input back to you to inform the decision-making on the proposed budget and fees. As we look ahead, staff wanted to share a proposal of adopting a fee stability and investment model for the regional system fee, which sets a threshold for fee increases and emphasizes planned adjustments that balance affordability with long-term system investments. While implementation of this model is not possible this year, this approach would establish a framework for the future and provide greater fee predictability moving forward. We wanted to share this approach with you today, and we'll be seeking council direction on further pursuing this model by gathering feedback from the Regional Waste Advisory Committee, with findings brought back to council for consideration for future fee setting. So this concludes our presentation for today, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Awesome. Thank you, council. Questions? Well, let me just say thank you. I didn't see any hands pop up. I still don't see any hands up. Sorry. I see 0 hands up.
It's a real life.
There we go. Councilor Nolan. Oh, literally waving from virtual reality.
Literally a hand, a physical hand.
Gotcha. I actually, you weren't even on my screen, so.
This is more a comment. Marta and Patrick have acknowledged that part of what drives fee increases is a reduction in tonnage going to the landfill, because there's a lot of fixed costs in the system, and if you're spreading them over fewer tons, the cost per ton goes up. I just want to point out that this is actually something we should celebrate, because it's a movement in the direction of the council's guidance to move to limiting the increase and eventually reducing the tonnage of waste that goes to the landfill, because we're moving upstream and it's not becoming waste at all. That's reduction. We're investing in reuse providers around the region. And we need to evolve the understanding of the waste fees to the point where it is a fee for making sure that waste is responsibly handled. It isn't really a per ton fee. It's an overall service for an outcome that matters to people. Just a different way of thinking about it.
Thank you. Counselor Lewis.
Sure, thank you so much. First, thank you for helping us dive into what is probably a 3-hour presentation in only 20 minutes. Because at the RWAC meeting, I think we spent an hour and a half just on the fee side. So there's obviously so much background we're all having to draw from. And I feel quite privileged to have been part of some of these conversations. So I think generally right direction. My concern though is when we look at our capital assets, we obviously have some aged and aging facilities. And I see our solid waste capital fund for operations. We plan not only current year, but several years out. I'm nervous that we're anticipating some really big ticket items into the intermediate future and not close future, in particular a concrete floor of $1.2 million. Why are we pushing that so far out when those are the years that we hope that we will be maybe opening a new depot or expanding our footprint for capital? Because if we're trying to control rate, I see us actually having capital assets drive that rate up, not only at the same rate, but further up in 3 years out than this current year outlay. So when I think about the stresses, we have the stress of maintaining what we have and the commitments that we're starting to make around depots and a 15 or 20-minute drive to get rid of your stuff. We can't have both things and maintain this current growth rate, which is another promise we've kept. So I think we're at a breaking point right now. And I worry, what are we doing with our capital asset management plan? Are we taking things to the gold standard, or are we just good enough? What do you say to kind of reflect on that?
I really appreciate that comment. I think there is great importance around maintaining our existing facilities, especially as we look ahead. I will say when I moved into this position, there was a number of deferred maintenance at both of the facilities. So we have been playing catch up. One of the first steps was to look at condition facility assessments to help guide those projects over time. So that can give you a path of what needs to be replaced then. And then you couple that with things that you didn't think were going to break over time. And so currently our capital improvement plan is really focused on looking at those that have priorities around safety and compliance and reliability, excuse me, of our operations. So we have infrastructure upgrades such as the stormwater system for Metro Central and our capital improvement plan, as well as electrical and concrete repairs. And we have additional investments that will look at longer term, like the St. John's Bridge condition assessment that will give us a sense of what is the time period to which we need to look at the replacement of that bridge. So what I have learned about capital planning and is that it is an ongoing cycle and that you're constantly revisiting and making updates to it. And we're also looking to the zoo in terms of their capital planning because they have executed in an excellent way in terms of building new infrastructure while maintaining infrastructure. So that is the ideal that we are headed towards, and we have prioritized within our current capital improvement plan those projects that are most essential for getting to our safety and compliance and reliability of our programs.
Thank you.
Councilor Rosenthal and then Juan.
Thank you, President Peterson. More of a hypothetical question, but also has to do with capital. how would it change the budget or the projections if we decided that we wanted to be breaking ground on a recycling facility in the Cornelius location this year? In other words, if we wanted to fast track that, how would that be changing our budget projections?
I'm not sure that we could do that in a year. What we have proposed, what's in the system facilities plan is a phasing over 20 years of those capital projects. One of the first steps that we have included in this proposed budget is project refinement. So it's taking that concept into an actionable project to bring forward for council consideration. So much of that is the onstage, basis of design, site planning, what are the readiness activities? And once that is refined and the costs are concrete, we can then bring that to council for consideration for you to determine whether or not you want to move forward with that project. And if so, we would use bonds as a financing strategy to put in those investments. So that's not something that we would fund within a fiscal year, the actual construction and build. We'd be working closely with the finance team and not pull the trigger on a bond until we were shovel ready. I'm not sure. Does that answer your question? And
Yeah, it
Patrick
sort of
may
answers
have
the
something else
question.
to
I
add.
mean, it's we sort of know what we're going to do and we have a pretty good idea we're going to do it there.
Mhm.
I just, we spend a lot of time planning and sometimes planning takes a lot of money when we
Yeah.
can just move to a pilot study or do an action that constitutes a pilot study and learn as we go and
Mhm.
move more quickly. That's just my general, but you answered the
No,
question.
I appreciate that. And we definitely heard and as we engaged with Metro Council in the summer and the fall of this past year, the desire to address these service gaps quickly. And so what we have in the proposed budget is team and funding to allow us to move quickly to be able to begin execution on this initial phasing of projects.
Councilor Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation and all the hard work. I have one quick question and just one big picture question. Just a quick question is what's going on with our federal grants with the depackager and what's our contingency plan? Just curious what status is on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. So as you know, we have been pursuing grant funding for equipment to address the contaminations at Metro Central. A number of you took tours this summer to look at that. Although the earmark that we were hoping for this year didn't go through, it is being carried forward for consideration in the next year. We also have grant applications in for this, what's referred to as the SWIFR, the Solid Waste Infrastructure Recycling Grants, which is also a federal funding program. We have requested funding through that and got confirmation actually yesterday that grant program is still in effect. And then we have another grant application in play with the Department of Environmental Quality in Oregon. We're also seeking grant funding. At the staffing level, we're working on the basis of design for that equipment that will give us an accurate cost estimate of what is needed within Metro Central. And we plan to bring that to council for considerations as well as the status of the grants in the coming months. And so we'll have the opportunity to share that information for you and get a go point. We have set aside some funding within our capital improvement plan to support seeking those grants.
Great, thank you. Were there ever federal grants that the department had, or was that the main one?
Those three were the three funding sources that we've been pursuing.
Okay, for the depackager.
Pardon? Yeah.
Were
Yes.
there other federal grants for other areas of operation?
Not that I am aware of. Those were the three primary ones that we felt were the best fit for what we were pursuing.
Right. And just kind of big picture, I guess, how about future budget cycles and how should we think about like the Recycling Modernization Act? And then, I think many of our counselors were, pretty excited and interested in the P3 workshop that we just had recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed many of our industry and public partners were there as well. So there are opportunities for like potential P3 like projects, like, sorry, how are we forecasting and planning for those?
That's a great question. So within the system facilities plan, one of the cornerstone pieces of that is public-private partnership. So you see that as a strategy, not only within the community depots, so looking at some areas where we may need to build new facilities because there's not existing ones that may be supplemented, but in areas where there might be, such as East County, we will be looking at opportunities for public-private partnership. Metro South was another area where within the system facilities plan provides guidance of moving commercial off-site and making Metro South the community depot and partnering with a private transportation or company to provide those commercial services. So there are two strategies within that particular area. Within organics, that is another area where in order to develop additional hubs throughout the region for transfer and processing capacity, we will be pursuing public-private partnerships. So that is other efforts that we are planning for the upcoming year, utilizing existing staff. And some of this is ongoing work that we will be building off of. So I see that as a key strategy in achieving the goals that we have within the system facilities plan.
And the examples that we had at the workshop were like the public entity has dedicated money for a specific goal, and then would you expect to do kind of the same like request for proposals to see what private partners might come in to reach kind of that like maximal public benefit?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And when might we see those?
The first step would be to do the project refinement and then bring options to council to consider before we would embark down a path of releasing an RFP. So we would want to put together some options for council consideration. So my hope, I should probably under promise, over deliver would be like in the next 6 to 8, within the next year. I'll say within the next year.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Marta, can we just go back to the depackager? Because I just want to clarify with the council, maybe where everybody's at and what we could do as next steps to clarify and make sure that we're all headed in the same direction. I know that there's been a lot of conversations with folks outside and maybe even questions about the depackager. I just wanted to see if the council wanted to have another touch on that topic and get a refresh on the purpose of the depackager and the plan to get it. Because I know that there's been a lot of conversation and I think we need to give clear direction, and I think it's getting pretty murky about what the intent of the council is. If in my frame, I'm not sure what, because I know there's been a lot of talk. So either we can just clarify it here with thumbs up, or we just need to refresh and bring it back.
A little bit of conversation about that, Madam President,
Yeah,
but I don't want to interfere with the queue.
no, they're just looking at me like I'm insane. Go ahead.
I think we've done a lot of good work in preparing for that waste reduction effort. I also realize that some of it is getting outdated, and it's worth looking at the best way to do this work, and just have a bit of a refresh, not start over, but just a refresh of the analysis.
Oh, a refresh of the analysis? I thought, okay. So I need to know where the counselors are in terms of their questions on the depackager and where to go with that conversation next. We don't have to have the full conversation here today, but
I guess.
Counselor Lewis and then Counselor Gonzalez.
Sure.
Just on this topic, and then we'll come
I'm
back.
just gonna level set my understanding of the depackager.
There you go.
We would like to purchase a depackager for Metro Central. It's gonna be like a big metal machine with little knives that take out all the plastics and all the icky stuff that shouldn't go into the compost. And then it is obviously not its final resting place, so a different big truck will come and pick up the food waste and take it to a place where it will find its future compostableness, or in the far distant future, it will be turned into some sort of biogas. And in order to purchase this depackager, we had applied for a grant, $2 million. we're not getting that grant. So the budget, as I just read it, has $2 million in this year capital assets and $3 million in 1 year out capital assets for a total of $5 million. And that is the entirety of what will be needed to purchase said machine. I'm supportive of that.
Okay.
I also understand that there are firms out there that are doing things with food waste that are the end destination. And they offer a product that is some of the depackaging once it gets there. But we still have to send food through a transfer station to the big truck that takes it to its final destination. So if we're actually able to have a cleaner product, I'm extremely supportive of that. And if we're also able to envision a future where we do the biogas and not just a compostable, I'm supportive of that.
Liz Marie.
Yeah. I think, and thank you for that level setting, Counselor. For me, it was even one step further back from that as well, which is, I guess why I didn't understand the question or how to frame it is like, the whole reason that we're talking about a depackager, in my opinion, is because the council has a policy around commercial food scraps and food scrap goals. And so unless we're looking to change that goal, then I'm like, the depackager is a part of that foundation of that.
Mhm.
So I guess if the council wants to have a deeper conversation, that's a different conversation, right? So if it's a matter of the depackager being too expensive, no longer a priority, I don't know. Then I think there are probably different ways where we can continue to achieve that goal. But as of right now, the rule on the books is that we are approaching commercial food scrap requirements across the board and enforceability within a few years. I can't remember the exact things. So kind of coming back to Councilor Lewis's comments around what is supportable, I agree. That sounds important to me. And I hope that's helpful, President Peterson, just because I want to make sure we have a good dialogue. But if that's missing the mark, I want to contribute.
Yeah, I would just like confirmation from staff that that's what we intend, because that was a good summary. Thank you.
It's great.
But I know that there's been conversation, so I just wanted to get clear about where everybody was, because it has been unclear about the next steps with the depackager. So can you just confirm or deny?
I thought that was an excellent summary, Councilor Lewis, and
graphics.
the larger framing is this all began to help support the food policy implementation. I think the only thing that I would add to that is the ultimate goal is to have material that is plastic free that we can funnel to a variety of different markets, whether that be compost or animal feed or anaerobic digestion. What we heard from the International Symposium from other communities that have implemented food policy programs is that you need diverse markets in order to have a stable program. Being reliant on a singular market is an opportunity for a program to collapse. What we've heard from our current end markets in Oregon is that our material is too dirty, and for our Recology partner, the contamination is really problematic, and they end up managing all of those BioLiner bags as a part of their pre-processing composting that ends up costing more. So this equipment is really about contamination reduction and being able to support our local markets with material that comes through Metro Central.
Yeah, and this is just kind of like looking back into history and memory of that. But I remember when we were first talking about capital investments, there was a potential partnership with the machine that the city of Portland bought, or maybe was going to buy. Don't know the details of that, but it was supposed to be kind of like a 1-2 punch. And then COVID happened, right? Which is, I think, a constant theme of, unfortunately, a lot of the big ambitious WPES plans that we've had for the last 5 years is the economy is shifting, and the economy is shifting again. So I'm wondering, what is that? Is there still a connection there? Is there an expectation from that former partnership agreement?
It was with the city of Portland. What the system facilities plan does provide a framework to look at. Two things about the system. One, providing additional hubs, as Councilor Lewis put, you still need a place to kind of pre-process it, repack it, and then send it off to their end destination. So they're we do need, you know, additional facilities in the region to provide that transfer
Okay.
capacity. In terms of end markets, City of Portland, I believe that is still a desire to build that facility and could be a potential end market. We had looked at the PSEF grants last year and had come together with the City of Roses and the City of Portland to look at how we could create a system with multiple partners. So I think that there is still that opportunity.
Just want
But
to
we,
like ground it
yeah.
again, like and where it's evolved, so. thank
it's been a long, I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's been a long road in this journey of building out this infrastructure in the region. And I do think that this is an important investment for the region.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's where it gets murky for me.
Mhm.
Because it's one thing to remove contaminants, it's another thing to start building towards a growth model. And I'm not sure now where we're at. So I'm willing to take a leap of faith, but I need a little bit more clarity about what our intent is over time. Because now I've heard that there are potential partnerships for growth.
I don't.
At least that's what my ears picked up. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I was inferring growth more than providing support for a diversity of markets. Right now, there are some local facilities that that are closer that we can't send material to because the material is too dirty. And so that kind of limits our options. And the model that we've seen to have the most demonstrated success is ones that have multiple end markets that they're sending material to. So I don't know if it's kind of growth other than establishing infrastructure for the system to achieve the food policy goals that we set forward. But we're happy to come back and have a more in-depth session around this so we can kind of review the history again, walk through it, share the investment before the decision is made. I think having that cost estimate and the basis of design will be very helpful to inform council's conversation.
Well, I'm not hearing. Did you have a question? Sorry.
Just quickly, I mean, I know I'm super supportive, but there's also the constraint of like paying for it. And so like, what if somebody else beats us to the punch and they get the packagers? How do we help support the private industry if they get them before us and it takes us some time to get it before?
That's a great question. So as a part of the system facilities plan, we did interview different facilities in the region, and there wasn't a large desire for stepping into the organic space. That is a role that Metro can play. So I guess I feel like we do have a time for you to make that decision, for us to complete this work, and for us to come back to you and have that conversation.
Can I just clarify something with Councilor Nolan? Councilor Nolan, was that what you meant by updating the analytics?
Yes, Madam President. The analysis of the best mechanism for achieving this service. I completely agree, and I'm not suggesting that the council should reconsider that food waste is a priority because it's a big part of the waste stream that hasn't been able to be redirected. But it's my understanding that since the analysis was done, there are actually private sector facilities here in Portland and across the river in Longview who are investing in this kind of equipment already. And I'm suggesting that we ought to look at whether a partnership there or some kind of contract partnership, co-ownership, contract out the operation makes the most sense for doing this, especially given that our capacity to raise the capital funds appears to be reduced.
Thank you. Let me come back to you, Councilor Rosenthal.
Thank you, President Peterson. I want to call out a distinction as I'm listening to the dialogue that there's kind of two parts of this where the material comes in and it's processed, and then where it goes. And once it's processed, it's a commodity. And so I think there's a lot of what I've heard is a lot of conversation about who gets to have that commodity and do something with it. And what Director McGuire is has shared is that to create a stable system, we should consider having a diversity of endpoints for that commodity. There may also be, multiple places in the region where the processing happens. But I'm curious if you have more information, Marta, about the feedback that we got about like who is willing to accept and process that the food waste before it goes to whatever endpoint.
So Metro Central currently handles the bulk of the commercial food waste in the region. WRI is another facility, and I know that Pride is also permitted to take commercial food waste, and City of Rose is interested in taking a greater role and potentially being a secondary hub. They have also been looking at how they can expand their operations in that space. When we look at sort of the model in Longview, you're talking about direct haul from businesses. So there's not only potential impacts to ratepayers around the cost per ton for the estimates that we've seen, but also you're bypassing the local hauling system. So there's an impact to local haulers as well as an impact to the local markets that currently receive our end markets. So I think it is a fuller conversation so council can understand the trade-offs that you would be making in those decisions.
So Councilor Rosenthal, and then we'll come back around to Councilor Gonzalez and Councilor Lewis.
Just a question that I'm unclear about. Have you been proposing that we wait on the grant? I mean, the chances of getting that are pretty small. You talked about, well, we're still on the list, but that seems unlikely. But you're not proposing that that's a holding pattern that we get into?
No, so I will, as I mentioned before, it's been a long road. The depackager was actually part of our capital improvement plan pre-2020, and it was fully funded as an investment needed to support, going back to what Councilor Gonzalez said, the food policy system. When the pandemic happened, when we ran into the reduction in our reserves because we didn't raise fees, we put that project on hold. But the contamination and the food waste policy goals continue to remain important. So we picked back up that work after we did the engagement with the tours in the summer and then engaged council in the fall of last year where we reviewed the food policy history. We talked about the depackager investment, and then we also moved the disposal ban to account for that timeline delay that we experienced with the pandemic and food restaurants shutting down. So essentially our timeline had been shifted. But we do plan to still move forward with it. The grants came into play because the cost of the equipment we anticipate to be higher than we originally thought. So we were looking at grant funding to help supplement this investment. But as Councilor Lewis noted, we have set funding aside within our capital improvement plan, but we always want to be looking more creatively at funding solutions. And we believe that this investment meets the criteria for a number of those infrastructure investments that are provided both under the current administration in terms of supporting local economy, but also within our state Oregon Department of Environmental Quality grants that they have for building out local recycling infrastructure.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you. President Peterson, just pulling up some slides here that I was looking at, just because I do want to make like my general comments outside of just the depackager.
Oh, I want to close this out before we go on to general comments. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. I thought we were coming back to the general.
Yeah, you had raised your hand during this.
Yeah, I had my hand raised and it got brought back down, but I was like, I still have thoughts.
Any other comments? Thank you, Councilor Lewis.
Sure, my last thought on the depackager, then I'll take my hand down and then it might go back up again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So feeding off of COO Madrigal's assessment that we are talking both about a commodity, but also about a product that we process. We have heard from a current end user who takes our commodity that what we send to them is too dirty. And if we are going to envision the far off distant future where this waste stream can become biogas/energy, we know we need a clean product. That said, we have a potential end buyer, a commodity buyer right now who is coming to us and saying, we'll take your product, we're hungry for it, we don't actually care that it's dirty. That should not drive our decision right now not to plan for the far distant future of biogas, nor should it make us ignore the pleas of our current buyer to make our product more clean. Do we do it to the tune of $5 million is the question at hand. It seems prudent. I don't understand. I've never bought a depackager. I hope to never buy a depackager. I don't really understand what the market is, but I see a 2 million and then a 3 million. So I might want to ask more pointy questions around that, but I'm still staying committed. And I would like maybe to have like the deeper reading, because I clearly will do it. But I don't know if it's a budget conversation. I think we're like deep in a rabbit hole about, are we buying the right depackager for the right kind of clean product? But I remain committed to getting this product clean so that it has as many end destinations as possible.
So if I can just wrap up the depackager, because I think it's,
I think Counselor Nolan wanted to contribute as well, but
oh, I thought okay. Counselor Nolan.
sorry.
Oh, you're on mute.
Marta mentioned that a depackager is in our capital improvement plan, but money hasn't been put aside for it. It's in the
Yeah,
plan.
thank you for that clarification. It's from our reserves. So yes, I mean, it's been.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Money hasn't been set aside for it, whether it's taken from reserves or anywhere else. It will affect fees down the road. It's something that our partners are very sensitive to. We will hear a boatload of pushback when we bring the proposed fee increases to the RWAC. Maybe we won't hear it from local governments. I'd be surprised. I think we ought to be accountable and thoughtful about that. And even though we've planned for something, it's not in the rates. It isn't something we could afford to buy now unless we drain our reserves with the rates we've got now.
Thank you, Counselor Marta.
I'm gonna think on that in a moment. I think we don't have the cost estimate yet, so I can't really answer the comment that we would drain our reserves. So I think it's important to have that information, as well as information on the grants that we have currently submitted. I think just having a larger conversation, to me, I think could be beneficial to kind of walk through.
Exactly.
Yeah. So why don't we plan on coming back with a work session to finalize that as part of this process? I think the bigger question for me, hearing the council, is one, is there a reason to remain in taking in food scraps?
Yes.
As part of the regional waste system? Is there a reason for Metro to participate in that? I'm saying for a work session. These are the types of questions, because I'm hearing that there are questions about what the private sector is doing. And it's not just on the, it's not just on the end product side, it's also whether we participate in this going forward. Yes. And the only reason I would say that that's an important place to start is that we've already had counselors talk about what we're putting off in terms of other capital needs, in terms of making sure that we have the capacity to do our basics. And you can say this is a basic service, but I need to know more about that. And then once we've determined that, yes, we still want to participate in this portion of the waste stream, then we need to have it clean. And then the question is, what is our intent to partner? What is our intent on growth? What is our intent? Because we're still part of this larger system. And so once we get over the hurdle that, yes, we should be part of this part of this market, then the question is, what is our role going forward? I think those are the two questions. I'm not so worried about the end product. I think that there's a lot of market for the end product. My question is up front, should we be participating? Is this where we should be putting our limited amount of resources? Is participating in this part of the waste stream? And then once we've made that decision, yes or no, then we buy this, and then what is our intent later? I'm not clear on that. I'm not clear what our role is in this part of this industry. So it's unclear to me. If there's a market, again, why are we doing it? So I think we'll just come back to it, but I think we have definitely enough of the counselors who are interested in moving forward. I don't think that's necessarily the issue, but I need these questions answered. And I think there's several other counselors with that question. So, does that clarify how we move forward for a work session? Anything else?
I guess I would clarify, because I believe the current policy, the current food waste policy is that we are participating in this collection. And so the question is not, are we going to continue to or not?
I need that clarified. How did we get to that decision? Was that from the 2030 waste plan, or was that a recent discussion, like a recent survey? Was that a recent conversation? Things have changed over the last 6 years, and I'm not sure where how new the information is, what we did last. And there's questions that have been raised here that are similar in nature. So I want to clarify that we are part of the system, that us being part of the system is still a necessary step. So obviously it's moving forward in the budget because there's enough counselors that have expressed interest. But I think we need to get this clarified. I don't think it's been on the record, a conversation that we've had out loud. So. Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead. Councilor Gonzalez.
Can I shift
general question
into my general comments?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And I think this dovetails nicely into one of the themes that I want to get across, because I think from what I'm hearing from the discussion that we just had as a council too, I think there's like a broader ethos conversation about and I think there's examples of where in our current budget we're making decisions about this ethos. So I think it's like, do we reinforce that, or do we define it, or do we talk about it broader? But the public sector, we help drive activity in a sector where no one else wants to do that work, or the private sector can't do that work. And we've done that for years and years and years with one of our lines of business, that there is now a lot of different things happening. And so I think connecting it back into this conversation around food waste, I think is an interesting one, and looking at through that prism about what is the balance. I am open to that conversation. So just again, calling out a broader theme around that and that public-private role, which I think we've continued to talk about. And I think getting on the same page could be really helpful. Kind of bringing it back into what I wanted to share, and Marta, I was able to share some of this with you I think a week or two ago when we were able to look at some of the preliminary information that would be coming today. And I'm trying to tap back into that conversation that we had, but I think the first thing that I feel is a sense of discomfort with the level of increases in the fee summary given the economy. I just think it's really hard. That's one. I know that we've had a lot of really ambitious plans that have been just ready to go, but the times have not been friendly to us, and that is really unfortunate, but I think that's something that I want to acknowledge. And generally, I think what I'm seeing happen right now is we're asking less tons to do more in terms of our fees to keep our plans going. And there is this perverse relationship with our goals of reducing waste that also generates the income for us to build all these wonderful things. And right now we're in a position, our region is contracting a bit. And the numbers and the forecasts that we have show that. And so I can't say with confidence that right now is the time to like strike on all of the big things that we have. And I feel this responsibility for us to look at how do we then right size that approach for this time, with the knowledge and understanding that everyone around this table and in the audience, we love this region and we're going to work really hard to make sure that the boom times are back, right? And they will be, and there will be activity and there will be, all the things. But just I feel really sensitive to that, like the cost of living issue that families are facing. It just feels really hard. And, Marta, you and I, we did some presentations to cities in my district, and those were not easy presentations, especially as we had to justify some of the things from the last cycle. So I'm feeling that responsibility on our shoulders right now. And so I'm hoping that there's still an opportunity for us to recalibrate. And I'm not sure what those trade-offs are, but I'm expressing as myself as one Metro councilor here. Obviously this is not direction from the council, and broaching that subject to see if that is the shared appetite of the rest of my peers or not. I don't know, but I wanted to put that out that, and again, just looking through the slides, it was slide 25, which was the proposed fee summary with some of the increases. I feel really uncomfortable with that right now. So I'm wondering if there's a way for us to recalibrate that. Anyway, those are my comments. I know it's not the first time you've heard them, but I did want to make sure I shared them here.
Appreciate that. So I think, Marta, we had a conversation about a follow-up discussion to this as part of the budget process with maybe some scenarios, because it's not an all or nothing. I don't hear the council or you, Councilor Gonzalez, saying no fee increases, but maybe the size of them is feeling uncomfortable. So what are some other opportunities? What do we get for the 11? What do we get for, I'm just going to make up numbers, 9? What do we get for 7, right? And what are we giving up? And how does that then affect the domino effect down the road? Which is part of why I want to really get into this other part of the depackaging, just to make sure that we're solid on what the plan is so we can justify it, because we have had really hard conversations out in the region. And we need to completely understand in order to be able to talk about the need. So.
Yeah, and I
Does
guess
that
just
help?
yeah, it does. And I'm liking this like conversational style budget meeting here. And I really want to emphasize that the process that you detailed, I think is good, because we really are, that's a question I really want us to ask our regional partners about. That includes our committee that is spending a lot of energy and leadership to advise us through this moment, and our partners through this process, just to make sure that we're making those decisions in alignment with where people feel right now. Anyway, that was it.
And I think some of those scenarios can be built off of that input that you hear as you go through your process.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Councilor Lewis.
Sure, thank you. I think that the feeling across the region is, as Councilor Gonzalez just said, we started to hear some of that at RWAC. And in one-on-ones, I've had that sort of conversation with you. I do think when it comes to fees, we've got just 1 year under our belts with a full cost of services model, and we shouldn't deviate away from that in terms of how we operate our transfer stations. I am interested in the regional fee, in particular because we have jurisdictional partners who are doing reduced rate for folks in economic strain. And we're not cost sharing those lifts. And I'd be curious where we could cost share. And it would be foregone revenue, and it would be an imperfect science, but I think that would be a step forward to reflect where average ratepayers, consumers households and small businesses are across the region. Secondarily, I do think that there are things within the system that we could defer or do less of, but they're not at the transfer station. Like running a transfer station is either running it and it's open or it's closed. So short of not having it open certain days of the week or certain hours, there's not a lot of wiggle room there, and the wiggle room comes other places. And you know, one of the largest drivers there is regional collection events and RID, and those are two really important services that we get almost universal positive feedback about. So there are other places. I'm open to those. Those will be future conversations. But yeah, I think it would be incumbent upon us to look at what we think would happen if we cut transfer service by a couple hours a week. But you know, when I look at the users of Metro South, if we closed a weekend day, the rest of the week will be intolerable for the city traffic management. And frankly, we look at them as self-haulers, but they're not people like me and their Subaru with like 100 pounds of garbage. They're small business owners. And if we close a day of small business operations, those ripple effects, I think we're gonna have to take pretty seriously in terms of the landscaping and home remodeling industries. So yes to scenarios, but I'm not expecting them to be anywhere close to as easy choices as one might expect for a few hours here and there. But I don't want the other thing to get lost. How we could develop revenue loss or revenue sharing for low income rates for our jurisdictions that are offering those.
Thank you. Anything else? I just want to say overall, again, I'm so impressed with the progress we've made over the last 6 years. We're getting down to the dirty details, and it is a hard economic time. So I just want to say thank you. And, you know, I think having these types of conversations, we just keep getting clearer and clearer about where we're headed and what our role is. And it's important so that we can make the case on our fees and the services that we're providing and make them really gold standard services. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I guess we're good. Thanks. We'll see you back. With that, counselors, I'm going to just ask Marisa if she wants to add any last words around what we've heard today and summary statement.
Thank you. And I'll just say, we do have every department that presented earlier. If there's anything, we've still got folks here. So if there's any questions or lingering discussions from earlier that we wanted to continue, we have folks here to do that. I think, you know, from my perspective, the discussion today has been really rich. I think the questions that council is asking are the right questions. This isn't an easy year, and it's come up, you know, it's kind of come up through different prisms of each department, but the through line is there. And I think as we continue the discussions, and if there's different scenarios that council would like to see, or you know, examining different trade-offs, just let us know and we'll come prepared to bring those. I think Councilor Lewis, I really appreciate your comments about the fees, because if we want to maintain our transfer station capacity, it really does limit our choices to the regional system fee, and I think that's an important thing to highlight. Other than that, I just thank you so much for your questions, and thanks to staff for coming in and presenting. And I think I liked the longer format. Just it felt like we actually had time to get into some things. So I hope that was something you all liked as well.
Good. Looking for reactions. Any questions at this point? Any requests further conversations? Councilor Lewis?
Sure, thank you so much. And this is way out there. When we passed the budget last year, we had consolidated around, a plan that you operationalized, for tree canopy and livability. And I'm curious if any of those pieces in terms of shade equity and corridor planning and, management of tree canopy at the
The
regional
cooling
level.
corridor?
Yeah.
Mhm.
If that is creeping into this budget or if that is something that had to go when, particularly parks, but other budgets got strained.
No, so we've had an amazing cross-departmental team that's been working on the cooling corridors project and report. And so that I've gotten a little taste of that from the team. And so we'll be bringing that. We're also going to have a, what are we calling it? A forum, a symposium with chief heat officers from around the world that'll be talking about how they have approached heat challenges. So that's work that we've continued to do and protected. We just haven't had come back to you all with an update. So, but that will be soon.
So those components are still funded in this budget that's being presented, or is that kind of one-time only dollars that are?
The cooling corridor project was one-time only funding, but I'm hopeful that it'll kind of create a map to help guide future investments. But we haven't gotten to that point of finality yet. I'm looking at, did I say everything right, Malou? Okay. Okay, good.
Awesome. Any other questions at this time? Yeah, Counselor Wong.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think this is a question for the COO's office and maybe Andrew or Brian. We're spending a lot of time talking about fees in various departments. And I'm wondering, is it a common practice or like a best practice in kind of like multi-department governments or agencies to have like a guiding policy or principle around fees and how they're applied? What I've noticed today was like, sometimes we have, parking fees at one place and then another, and sometimes we subsidize and sometimes we don't. And, we increase fees in this area at this rate, but at a different rate in another section. So I know we have fees at like, P5, the zoo, parks, just like almost all our departments have some sort of fee to them. And yeah, is there like a best practice where we actually think about fees a little more holistically and have like policy guidance around, if you're going to increase fees, here's what you can look at? Because I think we asked that question just in each department and not like.
I'll start and then hand it to Andrew. But I think that we could have some high level maybe values around fees, but I think it would be very difficult to have a one size fits all fee policy for Metro just because of how different our bodies of work are. The activities that drive parking at the Oregon Convention Center, the types of visitors, their tolerance for price are so different than the folks that are going to a boat ramp, or to some other activity. So I think, we have tried, I think informally to maintain accessibility. So accessibility as a value, which generally means that we don't, ratchet fees up. And I think that's true at WPEZ, it's true at parks, I think it's true at our venues. But beyond that, I don't think we have an overarching, unless there's a secret policy.
I see you're trying to apply that lens across all these different departments, but I'm just wondering if the lens is equally applied, to specific fees. Like, I know accessibility is a value of ours, but I don't know.
I think the application is really different, depending on where you're, where you're talking about.
Yeah. But it might be worth just saying, accessibility and, equity, like all the kind of things that we really care about. Those are the lenses that we apply to fees and fees increases. And I don't know, just,
Yeah,
I don't have any strong thoughts either way. I'm just wondering if there's a best practice that other governments will do.
No, I think it's a great question.
there is a best practice, but it's pretty much what Marisa said. A lot of governments have fee policies, but they tend to be very high level. They do talk about, defining right up front, should it be a full cost of recovery, or is it a program or service that you want to subsidize? Once you've done that, what are the factors that you take into account? Accessibility is usually one of them, equity is one of them. And so there are governments that have those fee policies, and I don't actually think Metro does, but Brian will correct me if I don't. So we could certainly look into that. GFOA has some best practices around it, but they don't get much more specific than those high level principles, which are important. And then I think what's important is, have we applied those principles consistently? And if I'm getting the gist of your question, that's really what you're asking. When we think about accessibility and these things, are we making decisions consistently across Metro? I don't know if Brian, you want to add anything?
That's a great point. I was just going to add the thing that I think is really important is understanding that the outcomes we're trying to achieve through that part of the agency that's generating a fee. For example, at the convention center, the goal isn't necessarily, just covering our costs. It's also to generate a certain amount of economic activity. And so having a one size fits all approach that might constrain their ability to negotiate fees that, say reduce a fee down that has a much more significant kind of economic benefit to the community by attracting a big event would really constrain them. Similarly, when it comes to parks, accessibility is a goal, but also fees play a really important part in demand management, where having a fee reduces kind of the total possible attendance at a particular point. We also, have to look at things like, what is the cost of that revenue? Charging parking at a park that has 10 parking spots and is 2 hours away from where our main operations are, we're going to spend more trying to collect and enforce those fees than we would generate in revenue. So our portfolio is so unique that while we can think about those high level values across the system, we have a lot of really specific circumstances where we need to be focused on what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve and make sure that we're not locking ourselves into a system of policies that are ultimately counterproductive.
Okay. Maybe it's something that the senior leadership team might think about principles, but
Yeah. No, I really
I don't have a strong
appreciate that.
feeling either way.
And if there are, values or principles that are coming up for you, in this conversation, I would love to take that in and apply it.
Can certainly have that conversation. And maybe we should start with just kind of a summary of what you just said. It could be as simple as just having that in the budget when it comes out, when it's adopted. Going forward. I guess the other thing I just wanted to bring up is thank you for performance metrics. And I was a little underwhelmed by them in that they were maybe something that internally for a department they were tracking unto themselves, but it doesn't necessarily reflect kind of the council values and policies, nor the council maybe effectiveness or accountability measures. So I'm looking, and my lens is completely different than an internal person. I know that. So creating access to the data, I was also wondering, it was a total number. It wasn't access to whoever wasn't getting access. So we haven't had a retreat, but I feel like that would be an appropriate time to have that conversation of what are the actual performance metrics that we're trying to achieve for the region versus what a department is trying to achieve specifically, and whether even those are the right metric.
Yeah.
And I know we're aligned on wanting more of this. So I'm not saying any of it was bad. I didn't feel like it was necessarily what the council would want to see.
Well, and so just thank you, President Peterson. I mean, I think
as a reminder, where we are in the process, what we're bringing forward here with these departments really are their department measures. Coming out of the strategic targets conversation, we did begin to develop some potential draft measures that would measure progress against those strategic targets. As you'll recall, we had some discussions about, do we just want to set those? Do we want to have a regional conversation about how to set those? And I know there's also conversations going on now about visioning overall. And are the strategic targets going to be our guiding vision, or were they sort of a setup for another conversation? And so we really haven't spent a lot of time on what those regional measures would be. What I asked departments to do this year was look at their, we'll call them operational measures. We are pushing them as much towards, outcomes as possible. And look at those, tie them, and you'll notice we didn't probably explain it very well, but each one of those had a little icon on it, which said, is it tied to, economy? Is it tied to environment? Is it tied to housing? Which are the 3 strategic targets, and make those ties. But you're right in the sense that they are department measures, not measuring sort of regional progress towards those goals. So I would welcome a council conversation about what it is that you do want to measure. And it gets back to that conversation, what's in Metro's control and what's not. These measures you're seeing are very much things that are within a department's control, which often are more limited.
And boxing us into what is in our control or what's not in our control is not my intent. My intent is to be able to articulate whether the region is on track or not. And we all play a role in some part of every problem, right? So we can always articulate what our role is in achieving that. But I do think that we're not anchored to anything quite yet. We're getting close. But I don't feel anchored to, in these conversations, like with even the depackager, I'm not anchored to what are we trying to achieve as Metro and what are we trying to achieve as the region?
Mm-hmm.
Are we still meeting the outcomes, whether Metro plays a role or not? I mean, that's the.
I think this would be a great conversation to have, because I think there is murkiness and confusion in the workforce and in departments about the strategic targets. And what role, are we still using them? What role do they play? And we've used them in these performance measures. But I'm unclear whether they're still supported, where has council evolved to, want something different?
They weren't brought back as part of the presentation, so I didn't even remember we had them. We haven't talked about them for, I don't know how long. And I just assumed they were being developed. And so I think it's a conversation to have next. Okay. Yeah.
Councilor Nolan, it looks like.
Huh? Oh, Councilor Nolan.
You're muted.
Yeah. Councilor, you're muted.
I want to enthusiastically endorse what you've said, that while I'm very appreciative that these measures are showing up in each department's budget presentation and proposal, and I presume that that means that Marisa has accepted them. In some ways, this is a little oversimplified, but our role as a council is to give guidance on what the right things to do. What are the right things to do? And how do we measure whether we're making progress along those? And the departments should be figuring out what's the right way to do the things council wants accomplished. And I don't think we're quite there, because we ought to really be at the point where council gives direction up front. These are the things we want to accomplish. Not just total attendance at places, but are we really implementing our racial equity objectives or our environmental objectives by making sure that, a certain portion of those attendees get there on transit, or a certain portion of those attendees, that the whole attendance reflects the diversity of the population. But I do want to acknowledge to Marisa and the staff and all the departments that having them at all is a big improvement. We just have to move it along. And now that we get the idea of it, I think the pace can increase. It's good progress.
Good observation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? General observations on the budget? Trying to watch both. All right. Well, Councilor Lewis.
Sure, thank you. I guess two observations. One, I would echo you, Council President, that some of the foundational piece is sort of missing for us as counselors when we're looking at the context of measuring, both in like what counts, but also what we would consider to be the relevant goals both in and outside the agency. And I think we would want to rewind the clock several months to actually do that. So I don't think it's a fault of this process. It might be a fault of the container we put ourselves in. And I'll take some ownership of that because I was trying to write a resolution to give us better grounding that just fell by the wayside. And I think some of it's traditionally been done in a room in the convention center in like December, which is kind of a horrible time to do it as well. So we've got to figure out what's right for us. And then secondly, I think I've peppered in some like almost what feels like too granular of questions when I'm struggling to understand what the budget itself is telling us and trying to connect it to the narrative that we're getting today. And I will probably continue to do that. I know that I can always call Brian. And in the past, I've definitely appreciated his really thorough emails. But I think we do need to have space to bring to light some of these kind of growing trends or places where if you don't understand the texture of what's under these numbers, it looks like we're way out of proportion based off of previous history or kind of the financial conditions of the day. So I don't think there's a way to solve for that unless Brian knows a better place where we can kind of have those financial trend conversations.
I don't think your questions are too granular, just to be clear. I think, you know, it's what I got from your questions is that sometimes the way that we budget, you know, it communicates one thing or another that may not be representative of what's actually happening, like grants being budgeted in materials and services. Unless you know that, it just looks like we have this big increase in materials and services. And I know my team and I, we welcome those questions and opportunities to clarify so that, you know, misconceptions don't roll forward. So.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Chief Operating Officer.
No update.
No update. You got a budget, read it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all in there.
Counselors, anything to communicate? Counselor Rosenthal.
Just one brief note, as you know, we're members of the RDPO, the Regional Disaster Preparedness Organization, and they recently passed their budget, but the chair there cautioned everybody to pay attention to what's going on. As you know, the federal government has communicated the desire to cut back on FEMA, and they in fact just denied a Washington State request for FEMA, and they're cutting back on disaster preparedness organizations. So there may be heads up coming up in the future for more support and more involvement with this with the RDPO, but that's to be seen. It's just a caution.
I don't know if, did everybody see that article in the Seattle Times? I believe it was $33 million denied for the state of Washington for the event in November that was wind and rain that people died from.
Yeah, bomb cyclone. Is that?
Yeah. Which is easily something that could happen here, I guess is my point. Anything else? Sorry, my screen's covered up. All right. With that, Deputy Counselor Simpson, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. And our next meeting is scheduled for this Thursday.
Why you put it on me? Don't say it was me. You ready to go?